somebody is depressed in Nigeria, what is the content of the depression? When somebody is depressed in Europe, what is the content of the depression? That is where the culture comes into play. If somebody is depressed in Nigeria, depression comes with negative thoughts of self, not wanting to do things. If you're depressed in Nigeria, the first thing everybody's going to say, I can tell you right now, is that you're lazy. Because you're not getting out from bed, you don't want to go to school, you don't want to go to work, you don't want to do this. So the first thing is you're lazy, right? So when you're depressed in Nigeria, the first you're thinking, geez, people are going to think I'm lazy, right? And then you start thinking yourself as lazy because that's what everybody thinks that depression is. So knowing that, so maybe, for example, in Nigeria, if you notice somebody who is depressed, the first thing to do is not call them lazy, right? So that it becomes, I mean, there are lazy people, don't get me wrong, but not everybody who looks lazy is a lazy person, right? So laziness, what looks to you like lazy can be somebody who's really depressed and not motivated to do much, right? So the right example is ADHD. So, and this, I know this is a very touchy subject for most Nigerians. They don't want to hear that word ADHD. But ADHD can present in Nigerian children just like they can present here, right? But in Nigeria, a child presenting with a typical ADHD symptom that we see, what do you think Nigerians will call the person? Useless boy. Stubborn, difficult to do. Like they flog, flog him properly. And now, does it change the fact that the child has ADHD? No, the child has ADHD. But the interpretation of those symptoms is culture related, right? So, again, the thing to do would be education and awareness about how this may not be just a difficult boy or girl, by the way, and how there are treatments that can help, not just medication, that can help with ADHD. So I mention those examples because it's really important to think of stigma and mental health from the lens of people's cultural elements. I remember one time when here in Connecticut, I had this, I think he was in his, young guy in his 30s who got married and was living at home. So then I'm thinking to myself, like this is a white guy living at home with his wife. So, and then I was taking the history. It turns out they were like, oh, he's Italian. What are you talking about? So it's like this whole Italian culture, somewhat, that you can stay at home, people can stay at home and be mothers by their mother forever, and not a big deal. So it was, so sometimes you want to put that cultural lens to the understanding. That would make it easier, because if you're just talking of stigma like general, it may not be much, but if you make it like culture specific, you understand it a little bit more and you can address it a little bit better. And then the other thing is what the attribution, like what the severity of mental health issues and the attribution. So there are mental health issues and there are mental health issues. People can have some anxiety, they can do therapy and learn coping skills and breathing exercises, and they get better. And by the way, as I was saying this, I just realized that anybody can have any mental health issues at any time in their life. Like, no, I'm telling you right now, nobody is immune from mental health issues. If you don't have it now, you're likely to have it in the future, or you had it in the past. And it could be anxiety, it could be panic disorder, it could be, extreme stress, it could be depression, it could be psychosis, it could be substance use, from smoking cigarettes to using cocaine. Everybody nobody's immune from mental health issues across their lifespan. Okay, so that's just a fact. So anyway, so the interpretation, the severity, it could be mild, which means you just need to talk to somebody a little bit and get some help and support and feel better. But it could also be severe that you do need to be on medication, at least for a little bit, or you may need to go to the hospital. So I think it's important to know that the spectrum of mental health issues and what can help is wide and varied. So it's really important to have that in mind. Next step. So somebody was saying about the stigma. The biggest impact of stigma, the most difficult and negative thing about stigma is when it stops people from seeking help, right? Because like I said, everybody can have their beliefs about mental health issues. It's fine, but when the person doesn't seek help, either because of self-stigma, which is when the stigma that person believes in themselves, or maybe societal stigma, that's where it's a big challenge. So I do think that stigma is a big factor around help seeking. And the earlier you can break through the stigma and bring help to people, maybe reluctantly, that is one way to address stigma, right? So making it less stigmatizing. And we may talk about this in the discussion, but one of the things we talked about the last time we did this was bringing help to people so that they don't have to come to a psychiatric hospital, because psychiatric hospital is stigmatizing, right? Or maybe offering treatment in the context of their primary care clinic so that they don't have to be going to a psychiatric clinic, or maybe going to schools to talk about mental health and provide services in schools. That way it's less stigmatizing. So we have to think about ways to provide mental health care in a non-stigmatizing setting, or when people can still get it even with the stigma, which is, until they get better. And then I think this is specific to maybe Nigerians or Africans in general. I really think we have to look at what we believe. Like, if you see the things people believe about, and again, I said this the last time we did this, it's not even about just mental health. In Nigeria, you can't have diabetes unless somebody causes it for you. Like, it's not even, people believe that somehow somebody can, and I told this story. If you have heard this story before, forgive me. I went home to Nigeria like early last year or the year before, and one of the young men from my place came from Canada. He came home. He lives in Canada, and he came home. And I said, "Oh, you were here 2 months ago."
Yeah, me, right? And then yesterday, when we came here to set up, we had one of the officers from the police department. And then he asked me what the workshop was about. I said, it's mental health for women. Oh, I'm going to get my wife to come. She needs it. I'm like, really? Really. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for making time for this event. Without wasting time, I'm going to call on the board chairperson of ECHOS Africa Initiatives to officially welcome you all to this workshop. Mrs. Fumi Daramola, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are we doing? Thank you all for coming. My name is Funlayo Daramola. I'm representing ECHOS Africa Initiatives, and this program is for us. but we are including the men, just like the president has said. Please just lay back, listen, and a lot of things. The last one that we had is what you're watching, and it was packed with a lot of information, a lot of knowledge gained, and it was very helpful. So I'm hoping that we will lay back, listen, take away everything, and even ask questions. And we're going to have a good time today. I'm not going to waste your time boring you with my introduction, but you're all welcome. Thank you for coming in this weather. Thank you.
Thank you all. Like we say, we're not going to waste time. Our information about Echoes Africa initiatives is on the booklets that you have. We are here in Elmsford. We also serve people in New York City. Our office is just a stone throw away. We started from New York City, and then we moved our headquarters to Elmsford. And we came to Elmsford, and Elmsford welcomed us with their arms wide open. The mayor has been our strongest support base. Please, a round of applause for Mayor Robert Williams. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything. Even when I call on him last minute, he shows up, he shows out. Thank you. We do not take it for granted. Thank you all. And we're just going to have the mayor come give he's busy. But you know, he's the number one person in this place. So he just had to take our time to come say welcome to people. I know a lot of people came from New York City. People are coming on around. Mayor Robert Williams.
With Iffy in every event that she invites me to. She walked into my office one day and said, "Hi, I'm here. I'd like to help." And I've heard it 100 times of people who want to help, but Iffy actually produces. And she's done so many wonderful things for our community. We're just blessed to have her here. So thank you and everybody on the staff. Welcome to the Village of Elmsford. You're in our senior community center. I know that mental health is one of Iffy's things that are very near and dear to her heart. And she's had numerous these workshops, and I've attended a few of them, and I'm about to say the same thing I've also said at Dozet. In Elmsford, we have 5,200 residents over 1 square mile. It's very small. We're the third smallest community in Westchester County. But I get the fire calls and the ambulance calls on my phone, so I know where they're going. And we do over 800 ambulance calls a year just to our one area, 1 square mile of 5,200 people. And I don't know the actual statistics, but I'm guessing, listening to all the calls, that half of them are related to some sort of mental health. And one of the things I've said over the years is I see one of the issues that when the call comes over is that the person is off the medication. When they get there, they couldn't afford the medication. They didn't get the medication. And I know firsthand that, through therapy and medication, I'm not an expert, but I've seen it firsthand from friends who have been treated for mental health. They can survive and succeed in the community, and things are fine. They can live a normal life. Again, if I'm speaking out of turn, I apologize, but I've seen it through my friends and people that I know. So when I hear these calls every day, including yesterday, there were 2 yesterday, that people were off their medication, things like that. And when they get there, why? Well, they couldn't afford it, or there was nobody to guide them to make sure they take it every day, or when they're scheduled to take it. So I'm asking people in the room and everybody that can fix that problem, to work on those couple things that I see firsthand every day. I know you're all doing everything more than you can to help everybody with mental health, but this is what I see. This is what I see in the small community. I can imagine the big cities what goes on. So thank you for everybody here to going to speak and help in this near and dear topic. Iffy, thank you again, and I wish everybody a wonderful day today and enjoy the seminar. She always does a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robert Williams. A round of applause for him again. We have the town supervisor. He did tell me, because it's a busy time for them, but they are all going to be here. So we'll take them as they come. We are expecting the town supervisor. Elmsford is part of Greenberg. There are White Plains, Tarrytown, they're all under Greenberg. So the town supervisor will be here. Legislator Jewel Williams Johnson, the board legislator for Westchester, a representative, is going to be here. Assemblywoman Mary Jane Shimsky, she's on the board of mental health in Westchester. She's going to be here. And the most powerful woman in New York, say the Senate Majority Leader, is going to be here today. Just to, not because we want to show off political people or they want to show off. It's just because they want to reiterate how important mental health is. That's why they are all showing up and showing out to be part of this discourse. They are all going to be here. We have a wonderful panel today, a wonderful team who will be good. It's not just going to be talk. We have a lot of things in stock. We want to leave here with a feeling. Leading the team is Dr. Ted Iheanacho. You know, a round of applause for Dr. Iheanacho. You won't even, I'm sure you know how busy Dr. Iheanacho is. Read his short, that profile is really, really short. Like, I'm looking at his resume, I'm like, where do I start from? How do I make this brief and all of that? Like pages and pages and pages of all the things he's done. But despite how busy he is, he's a professor at Yale University. He's the director of the Yale University Global Mental Health Program. Most times when I text him, I'm like, what part of the world are you in now? Right? So he's extremely busy. But you see, every time I call on him, he responds. We do not pay him. He uses his own resources. I dragged him to Namibia last year. Dragged Zaza, Dr. Uzoji, dragged her to Namibia and a whole lot of other people. Dragged them to Namibia. In October, we're going to Nigeria. We have been, he's very busy, like I said. We've been having, you know, government of, they like committees. We've been having meetings with the Ministry of Health in Nigeria. We have subcommittees and all of that. At some point, and to tell you, the Ministry of Health, the minister actually paid us attention because of Dr. Iheanacho's name on it. And then when they were forming the subcommittees, then I didn't tell you this. They were like, oh, Dr. Iheanacho needs to be on this committee. And he needs to be on this committee. And I'm like, he won't have the time to do all of this. Okay, content, let's put it in content committee. And they said, no, but resources. I said, he's not, okay. And then they put him on the third one. I didn't even just say anything. When they said it to me, I just removed his name. You saw the first one, they said your name was in 3 committees, subcommittees. I just removed his name and then left him in 2. But, you know, Zaza, don't laugh too much because you're about to be roped into. Anyway, I just wanted to say I am grateful. With Dr. Iheanacho, we do not take this for granted. The fact that you always make yourself available, I know it's not because you have the time. So we do, the whole ECHOS Africa team, appreciate it. Thank you so much. And our community, it's really about how committed he is to be part of this. So Dr. Ted Iheanacho, thank you. Next to him is Dr. Uzoji Nwaneji Enwerem, an amazing sister. She's also in Yale University and she's done a lot of research. She's also one of those that, like, even 2 days ago, I was looking at her resume, I'm like, I didn't even know where to start to tell you, and then because of copyright, I just went to Yale University. Yeah. Did you notice, right? I just went there and pulled the show. I put the first part of it and put it like, I'm done with it. But, you know, she is a great human being. And these people use their resources, their time and everything just to contribute, to give back to our community. And she's here again today. We're also dragging her to Nigeria. She was in Namibia. We're also dragging her to Namibia. And where's Fatima? Oh, and that's Fatima Bala. She's a mental health expert. You know, we have to talk about mental health. We have to make sure all communities are represented. And Fatima is one amazing person too. Last minute we asked her. She was my husband's colleague. And last minute we asked her if she would be on the Namibian team. And she bought her own ticket and went to Namibia. We took a whole team of about 8 people from here to Namibia. And we're taking more again to Nigeria this year. Thank you, Fatima. I appreciate your time. Okay, so we will kick the ball rolling. Dr. Hannah, are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes, I see the slides. So what I can start
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so while we are waiting for others to join, it's a good thing we always record this. So even for those who missed something, they came in late, they can always go back to our platforms and see the video. And without wasting time, Dr. Ted Ihanacha. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I tell you that when she does this introduction, I blush, but you know, because I'm a black guy, like you won't see me blush. So, which is a good thing. So, thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here again, and I really appreciate the effort that ECHOS Africa and IFI and the family and the friends put into promoting mental health. As you know, mental health is not something that people are joyful to talk about or jump in to talk about. So, having someone who is an advocate, someone who puts their effort and energy into mental health, and having an organization that focuses on mental health is really important. So it's good to have those community partners. So thank you. And it's always a pleasure to participate as much as I can to help support mental health. For today, I have to say, I am uniquely unqualified to talk about mental health and women. But at the same time, I have seen enough in terms of clinical practice, at least to start a conversation. So for me today, it's just more like starting the conversation. And I have, a couple of stories to sort of bring down the point. One is from what the mayor said today. It's funny because yesterday, this is not about mental health. It's about just like having conversation and being very clear about the conversation. I went to the eye clinic to get to like yearly eye clinic. So I went there, and the lady was, check my eyes are good, da da da. And she was like, "Do you want to do a dilation?" I said no, And because for me, the last year when I went to get these glasses, they told me to do the dilation. I said, this way you go. They just want to get money somehow, insurance. So I said no, I'm skipping it. So I thought it was like a money-making thing for the clinic. So yesterday, the lady was like, she's a black woman. So she's like, "Do you want, you should do a dilation?" I said, "No." She's like, "Why are you saying no?" I said, "Because I don't have the time, because I needed to get this out and, go to my job." She said, "This is really important. Do you know what the dilation is?" I said, "No." She said, "Well, we have to look at your retina, make sure there is no problem with the retina at the back of your eyes. And the only way to do that is to do the dilation." And look, I'm a professor of medicine, right? I'm a physician. I did not know that. Like, I had no idea what she was talking about. But the moment he said it, the way she said it, it was very simple to me that this is important. I don't know if that makes sense. So we learn every day. We have to keep an open mind to what we don't know. And you have to be willing to take information you didn't know before and process the new information. So right there and then I booked a appointment for the eye dilation, because now I know what it is about. And I was willing to do it like next week. So the point being, every time we are in these situations or in these settings and we have a conversation with people, it's good to listen with an open mind and get something new that you didn't know before and act on it, right? So that's one piece. The second piece about being uniquely unqualified, talk about mental health, is I have my private practice, and I see quite a few people in my private practice over the years. And I have one of my patients, Zaza knows about it. One of my patients, she is like a retired teacher, like in her 50s or 60s, retired from school, divorced, but living with her husband, with her ex-husband. They're living in the same house. So, for me, as a Nigerian man, I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. If you're divorced, that's for a reason, and you are still living with the ex-husband that you divorced from because of whatever reason, that must be stressful. She said it was. So why are you still there? So the reason I'm saying this is, I would not understand that. Like, I don't think I would understand fully why a woman would divorce a man, but choose to stay in the same house with the man. First of all, to me, I'm like, you're not going to move on. You're not going to meet any other man. And even if you meet somebody else, how you how's that going to work? But that's just me thinking as a man, right? So, but from a woman's point of view, I'm sure she has her reasons why she's doing it. And by the way, that was like 2 years, like they divorced for 2 years, and she was still there. Anyway, so the second patient I have is somebody who is maybe her 60s, early 60s, and she came to me for anxiety, and she was on Ativan or something, one of these anti-anxiety medication. And the first session I had with her, she talked about her kids. The way she was talking about it, I had to ask, how old are these children? And the oldest is like 45. the second one was like in late 30s, and the youngest was 35, married with 2 kids. And she was talking about them as if they are kindergartners. Oh, they have a lot of problems. I'm trying to help them. They're not listening. I send them information. They don't read it. Her children are eating candies. I say it's not good for their teeth. This is the entire session. So again, I would not understand that kind of thing, because as far as I'm concerned, you're done. The kids are in their 40s and 30s, and in fact, the daughter is married with 2 kids, and she's talking about her as if she just like finished in secondary school. So I don't understand it, but that's because I'm not a woman. But I can see the pressure she is on. I can see the anxiety. I mean, I'm prescribing medication for her, even though I think that this is not a medication issue. But she's, so she's stressed out, and she's very, very depressed and anxious. And so I think that there's mental health, and then there's women. And then there's mental health and women. I think that's really an important thing to talk about. So I'm delighted that there's my colleagues here who will talk more about mental health and women. I think I'm going to talk more about mental health, maybe a little bit of women's stuff, and then have them talk more about it. So I do have slides, which is a repetition. If you have been to one of these before, it's mostly a bit of repetition around what we've talked about in the past. But I do want to say there are 2 distinctions that's important to make. There's wellness, there's emotional wellness, and then there's mental illness. And I think those are very important things. The reason it's important is when there's mental wellness, it can prevent mental illness. So mental illness is preventable. When I mean mental, I mean depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia. They are actually preventable. But when they happen, for whatever reason, they are also treatable. So those are the 2. If you don't have a lot of attention span, the thing to take away from here is there's mental wellness that can, if you manage your mental wellness, it can prevent mental illness. But also, if mental illness happens of any type, they can be treated, and people can recover. Like the mayor said, people can recover and do well. The question is, how do you identify mental illness? How do you treat it? How do you support people who are going through it? So we're going to dig in just a little bit on those now. So mental wellness. I hope, in any case, I hope I'm not saying anything like people don't know about. This is just to hammer home the point. So there's like mental wellness is about everything about our lives. Is our environment, our spirituality, our emotional well-being, our social environment, our physical health, and our intellectualism. So all of these contribute to our mental wellness. So all of these dimensions are really important to enhance, to maintain wellness, right? So those are the areas those are the people that, remember, I always say this, there are people who are studying this for a living. So you don't need to restudy it. You just take what they've learned and passed on to us. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So if you look about the environment, we're talking about home and work and school. And I do think that from my experience, being from Nigeria, going to Nigeria to do clinical work and research, and being in the United States, all around, and actually having lived in Europe, each of these elements is different for women, right? So the home for a man is a completely different environment than for the woman. And I'm not going to say anything that nobody knows here. If the house is, if you come into the house, a woman comes to their house and looks at their house, they are seeing completely different things than a man coming into the house. A woman comes into the house, for example, they might be seeing a dirty floor, a disorganized seat, and children that haven't done their, dishes. Oh, so, and the man walks in, they're looking at the TV, and they want to sit on the couch and watch the TV. So, as long as the TV is there and the couch is open, that's probably the house. So, but for the woman, that's like the least of her concerns. But my sister, until she was like, she didn't have to turn on the TV because she hardly watches it. So, so the environment is important, but it's important to recognize what environment are we talking about. What does the environment look for to a woman compared to a man, for example? So, and we look at, same applies to work and school and the community and the political environment that we're in right now. Always was in, but more so now. So I think it's important to look at these areas in terms of wellness. So how do you manage the environment to sustain wellness? And we're going to have a bit of like people, like I'm not an expert in these areas. People live their lives and they say what is the environment like for them mentally, and then we can talk about it a little bit more. Next one. So we talk about spiritual. So this is huge, right? So I do work in Nigeria, and I've done presentations for Nigerians and mental health in Nigeria. Everything I've done about Nigeria points me in one direction. Our spirituality and our religious beliefs is part and parcel of our mental health, and for women even more important. So I have my cousin who is is one of these church brothers. Like we're Catholic. So my cousin started his own ministry. So his brother, so I don't want to call his name. So he has his ministry. So one day I went home because I go home often, and I went to his house, which is his ministry. He has taken part of his father's compound and made it into a ministry. And so there's an open space. When I looked around, all the people that were there, organizing, cooking, setting up, we're all women. And this my cousin is a guy. So I asked him, I said, why are these all women? Well, is this your ministry? So he looked at me like I had two heads, because for him, that was never an issue. Like coming into your ministry and all the people that are working, I mean, literally all, we are women. So it's like, well, those are the people that show up. That's that which is true. So I said that to say, women take on these, responsibilities, emotional, spiritual, social, community. So, which is a good thing, but it can also be a bad thing, right? So, you want to have some balance. And let's go to the next slide. So, we talk about the social. So, this is huge in terms of wellness. We can talk about it in terms of, mental health issues, but in terms of wellness, the family, friends, groups, support groups are super important. The challenge, of course, is who maintains family relationships, who organizes events for the family, who stays connected to family and friends. Mostly women, right? So it's responsibility, but it's a positive support system, but it's also responsibility. Being able to manage that is really important for women. Next one. And then there's the emotional element of wellness, right? Which we all know about. Managing our feelings. Actually, recognizing our feelings, managing our feelings. The sense of being loved, feeling safe, self-care, and being satisfied or contented, which is like, you can write a whole book on that. But these are elements of our emotions that contribute to our wellness. Next one. So this is a little bit more nuanced in the sense of our intellectual capacity can enhance our wellness. The question is, how are we challenging our intellectual capacity, right? How curious are we about life? How curious are we about our environment, understanding other people? How much knowledge do we have? How curious are we? And what is our sense of discomfort? How do we manage discomfort? How do we understand discomfort and take advantage of discomfort and not really stress us out. So these are elements of our intellectual curiosity, that intellectualism that contributes to our wellness. It could also be a problem. Next one. And this is the other big one, which is the physical health. So we talk about exercise, diet, routine medical care, pen, premenstrual syndrome, menopause. These are things that are specific to women that can be part of life, but also contribute to our wellness and mental health issues. Next one. So this is where I think we should have people think about, because we're a small group and we have experts here on women, who are the women here. These are a small group to think about what are the things that enhance wellness and how are the things that we can prevent mental illness, because enhancing wellness is good in itself, but enhancing wellness leads to prevention of mental health issues, including depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, psychosis. Enhancing wellness can lead to prevention of these illnesses. So what does that look like? Do people feel comfortable talking about what they do to manage, enhance their wellness? Do we have another? Yeah. What does that look like for people? What does it look like to manage different elements of the 6? No, you can go back to the other slide. Go back to the other slide. Yeah, we'll stay there for now. So what does that look for people in their individual community, in themselves, where they are? What does wellness look like? What helps you feel good? How do you manage your environment? How do you manage the work environment? Yeah, those are things to think about. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Rosemary. Just for me, I'm a Christian, so for me, prayer is important. Realizing that I don't have all the answers, I can't have all the answers. So I pray and I'm able to release things to say, nobody have it. That's important for me. And also, as a manager, as a supervisor, learning that I can't control everything about how somebody behaves. People will be people. Sometimes they will be stupid. And excuse my French. So you just have to learn to live with that and manage that. So for me, that's important to managing my mental health.
In other words, knowing what your limits are. Yeah. Yeah.
My name is Miriam, and I agree with Rosemary. My wellness is my relationship with God, and to me, that is the most important thing. I talk about, you had Mary and Martha, and the Lord had said to Mary, she was spending time with the Lord, whereas Martha was so worried about the house and what it looked like. And for me, I call it my Mary moment, Merry. When I wake up every morning to just thank God for directing me, guiding me, and keeping me. Because I think she said in the very beginning, yes, men are many times the problems that women have. And I just ask the Lord many times to give me strength with my own husband. And so when you talk about why women would live with, their ex, I can understand that to a certain extent. But I think now that we're older, women begin to put themselves first. It was always the family that was first. It was the woman who stayed up, worried about daycare and this and that. And lastly, before I take over this mic, it's like I spoke to my daughter-in-law. I just became a grandmother for the first time. And, and the first thing I asked my husband was, he's down in Florida with them helping out with their dogs. And I said, well, how is our daughter-in-law doing? Oh, she's okay. I said, Clarence, please remember, you didn't give birth to this baby. She carried this baby for 9 months. Her chemical imbalance. I said, her emotion. I said, and that's the way many times men think. They see the TV, they see the couch. They forget what the woman had to do in order to give birth. And that her chemical imbalance was there. So yes, thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I like the point about once you get a bit older, hopefully people don't get older before they get to that point, to put themselves first. I think that's the lesson really to learn early. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mojisola Aronsai. Maintaining my and enhancing my wellness, I realized that I've always big on family and support, and I realized that over the years that I can't save the whole world. People would always have problem. Problem don't stop. It doesn't end. Coming to the realization that problem don't end and it will never stop. Life is a continuous problem and wellness and good things and bad things happen. That I can only do the best I can and that I can save the whole world. And realizing that as long as I do my best, I should just try to look out for myself as well. So, but before I was a warrior, I worry about everybody. My own immediate family, my extended family. And unfortunately, my father was the oldest in his family, and I am the oldest of my family. So you know that responsibility. It's really heavy on my shoulder. So that has always weighed big on me over the years. But at one point, I think especially when I turned 50, I told myself, you have done enough. I mean, that doesn't mean I'm not helping people anymore, but I take it easy. You know, I support who I can support, and whatever I cannot do, I leave it. So that has really helped my own mental health. Because in the past, I worry about everything about everybody. But now I feel better mentally because I came to the realization of the fact that I can save the whole world. I can only do my best. So that's my own part.
That's a good one. Absolutely.
Like, my name is Obafemilayo Iwashala. Like my sister just said, I worry a lot for everybody, especially when you're the first one in the family. It seems to be that the problem of everybody is on your shoulder, even your mother, because you are the first person. After, if she's going through a thing with her husband, you are the first person to take it. Over the time, I see that I can't save the world because I'm not El Shaddai or I shall die. And because I don't want to die, and because I'm a believer, a Christian, I find how do I manage myself? I help those that I can't help. Pray for them. God, these are your children, I can't help them. But the little I can, I do. And I worry less. The one thing that I do to make me keep going is I sing. When I sing, I listen to music, I might cry from there. I release the tension, the pent-up tension. I release them. I cry, I dance. It doesn't matter if anybody think, why is she dancing like a crazy woman? I know I'm trying to release my every tension from me. I know what worked for me, and I stick to that. But that doesn't mean that if you call me at the middle of the night, like this blah, 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 I'm going to listen. But I try to see, okay, is this what I can do? I have to demarcate. And I kind of build some boundaries. Because people will take you for granted. They know you can always get it. They know they can always pour it on you, and they keep moving. And you have to have sleepless nights thinking about them. They already start dancing or partying or whatever. You're still thinking about it. So when they want to start that conversation, when I see where that conversation is going, I say, okay, hold on there. Let's back up. This what you're saying is not my problem. And this is not even your problem. Why are you getting yourself in it? So you don't want, it's not that I don't want to listen. By the time you dump it on me, you are gone doing whatever. And I'm still going to be having sleepless night looking for PM to sleep. I'm not going to take that anymore. Because if I die today, you're still going to continue your life. So I built some constructive boundaries. And I dance, and I watch some comedies that can make me laugh. Because I really have to laugh it out.
Yeah. That's a good one.
I don't have to have somebody around me to make me happy. I laugh, and I'll be shedding tears, then I'm gone, I'm good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Huge. Thank you so much. That's really helpful. Music, laughter, and a good boundary to help you say, okay, this is not me. That's not you either. So, ladies and gentlemen, in Nigeria, sometimes there's a big masquerade, and then the small masquerade come in and do that. And when the big masquerade comes, the small masquerades just give way a little bit. So there's a big masquerade here that Ify needs to introduce for a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Iheanacho. It's an interesting times that we live in, and most of our political leaders are extremely busy. There's always something going on. There's always, as bad as when we're driving a car and my daughter is in the car, we meet a pothole. She say, Mom, you need to tell Mayor that there's a pothole. So we blame them, but they are busy. I had told you earlier on that the town supervisor, Paul Finer, will be here. And then he's extremely busy. He's just telling me that there's an issue in the town, but he still came to let us know that they take mental health important and the mental health of women. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Paul Finer.
I just want to thank you for organizing this, and thank you for all the work you've done to improve the quality of life for so many people in Elmsford and in Greenburgh. I think your organization is a real credit to the community. So I just want to thank you so much. You're like the modern day Mother Teresa in Greenburgh. But I also want to mention that I really feel that mental health is very important for everyone. So many people have stresses, and anything that you could do or the town could do, or people at every level of government could do to improve, to provide services to the community is really important. I'm very, very upset at the federal government for cutting so many programs. I think the Greenburgh Health Center, which is part of a whole network, they have 300 employees and they laid off 50 because of the federal cuts. And the thing is, if you look at the world, it's a mess, and there's so many people who are stressed with their family matters, with health care, with jobs. Just watching the newspapers is stressful. So we just need to calm people down. And I also want to, in closing, mention, because I know you have a big program, if anybody here, if you have concerns relating to your own lives, and you want me to help out and follow it up and put you in contact with people, you could always, with not-for-profits or with government bodies, you could always call me. My cell phone number is 914-438-1343. My email is pfiner@greenburghny.com, and I return every phone call usually within an hour. I'll leave like a few cards here, and you don't have to be like embarrassed. I've helped a lot of constituents with problems over the years, and you don't even have to live in Greenburgh. You could call me. You know somebody who has a problem. I really like helping people, so I'm going to leave a few cards here, and again, you could give my cell phone number to everybody who has a problem, and I'll do my best to try helping.
Thank you. Thank you. And truly, he does return calls within the hour. Emails, he is amazing. I don't know how you do it, Paul, but I don't want to be in your shoes. But thank you for all you do.
We can do a better job. I want to be here. So thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Dr. Henacho, back to you. Thank you for giving us time.
So thank you so much for those who have sort of given us some insights around how they do their own self-care. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Dagogo, and I just want to have some insight into what you asked. You see, from where I come from and as a practicing Christian, I realize that no one dies and stops the activity of the world. Even no matter how valued you are, the moment you die, you'll be replaced. So I decided to work with some maxims that anything you cannot change, you don't worry about. And that if you find yourself in a place where you are pulled in all directions, the most important thing is to face the direction you know you can meet its need. And when you do that, you have yourself rest assured that you have solved the problem. And finally, when you worry, I see that you give little things big shadow, and because of the competitions around, you try not to look at all angles. For me, I believe that whatever I don't have does not exist, because if I think I want to have that thing, it pushes me into worry, and trying to get it, I will delve into things.
Like what you can't change, you don't have to worry about it. Yeah. And also, speaking of boundaries, anybody else want to add something? Yeah, this brother here wants to. Oh, okay.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. After listening to what you have been sharing, it's really a blessing to have you here, number one. And I just want to add a little bit of what we do as an organization. We have a center just 2 blocks down the road, and we use meditation as a form of healing. And I guarantee you, meditation does a lot of healing. We have hundreds of people that come to our centers, and we have spiritual chit chats with them. That's we talk about spirituality and
Fix the camera. That's the only camera working.
and so what we do, we meditate with them, we teach them how to use the right context when it comes to words, how to
That's because I was worried about the orange thing.
discover what is innate inside of
That's the only person that's
and we have seen a lot of results. We also have a retreat center for weekend retreats where you go and you spend a weekend with some very well-known teachers who deal with mental health. And so what they do is they help you to get over that mental health. But you have to continue. You cannot stop, because the moment you stop, you return back to it. So it's very, very important to take benefit of this. It's all free. Every country in the world, we're part of the United Nations. And we do a lot of, projects all over the world. So feel free to take benefit in Africa, in every state in Africa, everywhere. So wherever you are, you can reach us.
And just for the record, what's the name of the organization?
It's Brahma Kumari's World Spiritual Organization, non-profit organization.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, of course, meditation is like a well-proven way of managing stress and coping with mental health issues as well. A lot of evidence for that.
Hi everyone, my name is Nicholas. Firstly, once I entered this room, one thing that caught my eye was when I see says beneath every behavior there is a feeling, and beneath each feeling there is a need. When we meet that need rather than focusing on behavior, we begin to deal with the cause, not the symptom. So this is mine. I think that as a human being, firstly, our mental is one big powerhouse that controls us in rapport with the day-to-day activities. So whatever it is, I don't know, maybe you have it in your lesson or you will elaborate on that. To me, I feel that every human being has something called anxiety. In the context that we want something to happen, how we want it to happen in our own different ways. And then, because of that, there is always a path, choice. Most people have, nearly everybody have said that they choose the spiritual aspect or the spiritual path in dealing with whatever mental stress, symptoms, or depression. So the first one I want to, or you might want to talk about is anxiety, that it comes in different ways, and the way we want this anxiety to be in our path that doesn't meet us is one thing that causes depression. So the next thing in handling that is choice. Not everybody is a Christian. Not everybody believes spiritualities. Some people have different ways they act. If this thing doesn't go in my way, I am mad and I can break heads. That's how they choose. Like you said, men, we have a way we see things. Something happened, oh, okay, that one will resolve itself. I will not die for that. Tomorrow is another day. Women wants to go deeper, wants to see it's been corrected to the 99.9%. Men, oh, okay, it can work. We'll see about it the next day. Give her down a little bit more. So we don't want to take more. But men also inhabit. The depression comes because of the anxiety. It stays inner. We don't express it. Women might express more than men. That's a choice. How do you want to solve it? Like most women say, the best thing I believe is to go spiritually. I know God will take care of it. Men maybe wants it corrected the hard way. If it's not happened this way, then let's forget about it. Deal about it. So maybe going down your lesson, you want to check about anxiety, and then choice. What we choose, how we choose it, when we choose it, where are we choosing it, which pathway are we going in solving our anxieties?
Yeah. Like they said, which is choosing what you want to, even choosing the problems you want to focus on, or choosing what to pay attention to is important, right? Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to emphasize. So I'm from Nigeria, as you all know. So my parents, I sent them a vehicle a couple of years ago, a Mercedes, and they drive it around in my village. And so one day, I was like, this was early morning, around 5 o'clock in the morning, or maybe 4 o'clock in the morning. They called me on my phone, and it foolish me at that point. I didn't use to turn off my phone. So they called me. I said, "What's happening?" This car got stuck in some random village. They went to visit somebody. The car got stuck, and they are calling me. I'm in the US. So I listed. So where are you? They told me. I'm gonna say my village is like village. So they told me where they were. So what is happening? The car will not start. They stopped for some time. The car will not start. So I said, "Well, why are you calling me?" So they said they didn't know what to do. I said, "Well, first of all, have you called my sister who lives like 20 minutes away? No. Have you called the other one who lives 30 minutes away? No. Have you called my sister's son who is a mechanic? No." I said, you should call who is a mechanic. And so my dad's like, "Oh, okay, Anyway, so they called him and he came. It was a simple thing. The battery was there. The battery of the remote, the starter, the fob, the battery was there. So he took it out, put it back, he started. But I learned my lesson. The reason I'm telling this long story, once I'm going to bed, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, my phone is off. I turn it on when I wake up in the morning. Because if not, my mom, someone will visit the house, they will ask about, how's the maker, this and that. My mom will give them my number. And then they will call me, because Nigeria is 6 hours ahead. They'll call me whenever they want. And that's like, so anyway, so I turn off my phone. So I turn off my phone now. So you got to learn the lesson. Like you have to figure out the practical way. One of the things I also realize is in sort of working with people over the years is that all good intentions, everything you want to do You want to do self-care, you want to do this. It's about time. Like if you don't have the time to do it, or if you don't create the time to do it, it's not going to happen. If you want to go do meditation, if you want to take time to go to church, if you want to take time to go to a resort, you have to have the time to do it. So a big part of everyday life is figuring a way to create time for yourself, or at least time to make sure that you're taking care of yourself. If you don't have time, that's a problem. So time is important, like managing your time. So let's go to the next slide. So I think we've captured most of the sort of wellness strategies. Most of the time it's really about self-care and being aware of your emotions, right? When you feel stuff, it's going to be aware of emotions and being also aware of the triggers. I think that's something that it looks very simple, but it's really important to be aware of how you're feeling, but also what is leading to that feeling, and kind of naming that feeling. So, okay, what is it I'm feeling, and managing it. No, the previous slide. And so the other thing is building a positive support system. And I intentionally put the word positive. There's support system, and then there's positive support system. There are people around you who are around you for whatever reason, family members, friends you know from high school, secondary school, or university. There are people you meet at work who become your, connection. But I think one of the things I've learned, which I'm a little bit more aware now, is your family members may not be positive. So because they are family members, so it's good to recognize that this is my family member, but they may not be a positive support system. It doesn't mean you cut them out. It means that you recognize the relationship for what it is. The same applies to friends, to co-workers. There are some co-workers you avoid. You can be cordial and talk with them, but you just need to know people around you for whatever reason, homework or anything. But it's good to identify positive support system within that cohort. And those that are negative, you're not going to change them, you're not going to try to make them who they are not. You just have to learn to avoid them, even family members. And then utilizing the community resource. I think for us, it's important to see, have a community, things that are around I talked about this before when we did this a couple of years ago. It's important to see what is around. You have to be intentional to see what resources are around you that can be positive. The local library, the local NGOs that provide mental health services or support, the social services. It's good to know what is around you and preemptively understand it, as against going when there's a crisis. Then that becomes a problem. I think just when things are sort of flowing okay, it's good to know what resources are around you. And I mentioned the time element. It's important to know self-care, but it's also important to practice self-care. Self-care is not complicated. It doesn't have to be going to, where's the resort in Florida? You don't have to go to Arizona, to one of those desert places. Some people say, oh, they want to go to Dayton, they want to go to desert. No, you don't have to do super fancy stuff. Self-care is very simple. Actually, the simpler, the better, right? And self-care is very individualized. Music, listening to comedy, the simplest things are the best, right? Because the simple things are easy to do. But the important thing about self-care is that it has to be you. It has to be something that is positive and makes you feel good. Don't do something that you're expected to do. Don't do something that people think you should be doing. Don't do something that this other person is doing. I mean, I can go on and on. I don't want to be a preacher. But anyway, the point is self-care is supposed to be simple and tailored to you and whatever makes you feel good. And it doesn't have to be acceptable to other people. It's just you. And then the last thing to mention is, as we're talking of wellness and we're trying to cope in our different ways and enhance our wellness and well-being, it's important to recognize when things are going a little bit off, despite everything that is happening. And my brother here mentioned anxiety. We all have some kind of anxiety because we need anxiety to perform and do things. But when you notice that your anxiety is a little bit too much, your mood is getting more depressed, someone is acting crazy, the earlier you seek help, the better. So I cannot emphasize that enough. So, and the earlier you seek help, the simpler the help. So if someone is getting a little depressed, therapy works. So you don't have to get into being on medication. If you leave it and it gets worse, then you're going to need therapy plus medication. And if you leave it, it gets worse and worse, you're going to need to be in the hospital. And that's like a whole thing. So I think it's important to seek help early before things get out of hand. Next one. So I think the next few slides, I usually do them because I like to promote the idea that mental disorders are normal. Just like people have diabetes, people have high blood pressure, people have cholesterol, people have all sorts of medical stuff, thyroid problems. People have mental disorders. It's just normal. So when I talk about anywhere I do a presentation about mental health issues or mental wellness or whatever, I really try to make a very basic understanding of mental disorders, so that there's a common understanding of what mental health is. So we try to demystify mental health. There's nothing complicated about it. So what is mental? Okay.
No, it's also.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, better. So I was saying.
Because of the people on Zoom, we need the.
Oh yeah, that's
there are a lot of people on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think it's a speaker.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I was just saying that I like to say very clear things about mental disorders. They are normal. Anybody. When I say anybody, I mean literally anybody can have a mental health issue at any time in their life, from when they're small, like babies, no, not babies, like infants, young adults, older adults. Anybody can develop mental health issues at any time. So it's important to normalize it and understand it, so you can help yourself or help somebody who's close to you who has some mental disorders. So what is mental illness? Essentially, these are brain disorders that affect how we think, how we feel, and how we behave. This is the simplest definition. These are brain disorders that affect the way we think, the way we feel, and the way we behave. And I can give you a million examples of how, say, depression affects how you feel and how you think, and then how you behave. I think depression is a good example. You when you are depressed, we have major depressive disorder, which is a thing. When you have that brain disorder, you feel sad, hopeless, alone, lonely, socially withdrawn, and then you think, oh my God, the world is coming to an end. I'm a terrible person. I'm not doing well, and then you withdraw. You stay at home. You don't want to get out of bed. You don't want to go to work. You don't want to eat, and you become irritable. You lash out at people. So it's a thing that affects how we think, how we feel, and how we behave. And I can say that for every other illness, mental illness. Next slide. Also, there is a direct relationship between our mental health and our physical health. And mental disorders can be part of physical disorders, and physical disorders can be part of mental disorders. It is really as simple as that. People with diabetes are more likely to have depression. And when people are depressed, they're more likely to have diabetes. People with cardiac failure are more likely to have depression, and depression makes cardiac disorders worse. So it is a thing. Thyroid problems can present with depression. Depression can affect thyroid problems. So it's important to know that brain disorders and mental disorders can go together with physical disorders. And so being able, focusing on your physical health is a way to focus on your mental health. And focusing on your mental health is a way to help your physical health. It's really very simple. It's not complicated. Next one. So I also do this to emphasize the fact that mental health is one of those areas that's a lot of woozy. People do a lot of things. Oh, come to this place. You don't have to be on medication. You don't need to do this. It's all spiritual, this and that. there's a lot of fluff around mental health. So I like to emphasize the fact that we can screen people for mental. We can come here now and give you a questionnaire, and if everybody fills this questionnaire correctly, we will identify those with depression. Like it's validated, it's tested. There is no argument about it. We can also complete an evaluation that tells us what kind of depression the person has, what kind of treatment they might benefit from, and we can also treat the person. So you, based on this screening, evaluation, and all of the tests that we can do, we can provide treatment that works. So it is like any other mental disorders are like any other medical problems. You can screen for them, you can evaluate people for them, you can provide treatment for them, and treatment work. And I tell this to my residents who come through us now. When you come to the psychiatric hospital, emergency, so people are in and out of, somebody who's homeless comes in and out, and so the residents get the impression that mental illness doesn't get better. Actually, many people in the United States with mental disorders are doing well. Like they go to school, they finish school, they keep their jobs, they're married, they have kids, they travel around the US. One of the days that I have a private practice, I told you this. So I went to Mohegan Sun. You guys know Mohegan Sun is one of those casinos in Connecticut. Yeah, so I went there because one of my colleagues a high roller, so he had these rooms. So anyway, we went there. So we're all having fun, having dinner. They made all this food, and here was one of my patients who's completely manic. But he gets treatment from me, right? So he's doing well. So, but I was shocked because that was the last one I was expecting to see him. But he was on the table next, like I was sitting on this table, he was the next table. I said, Dr. I, oh my God. So we chatted. Let me tell you, it was amazing because when this guy is not well, like he's completely out of control. But the fact that he was in this dinner having a meal with his wife, and he was as normal as anybody else. So the point I'm making is when people get treatment for their mental disorders, they do well. And the majority of people in the United States, and Europe, by the way, I'm not sure about Nigeria, but the majority of people in the United States and Europe where I've lived, they get their medication, they do therapy, they do well. So not getting treatment for your mental health issue, you are like doing a disservice to yourself. And it's not a good thing, like suffering the midst of plenty. So anyway, so I'd like to emphasize the fact that many people are doing well on their treatment, whatever that treatment is, therapy, medication, therapy plus medication. And even when you need to go to the psychiatric hospital, go to the psychiatric hospital. That's what is needed. And some of our patients will come into a psych unit, they'll be like, I need to get out of here. And I'll ask them one simple question. If you broke your leg right now, and the surgeon comes that you need to have, what do you call it? Yeah, if you need to get the cast, would you be going to work? It's like, no. So why are you trying to go to work when you are here in the acute psychiatry unit? So just imagine that you broke your leg. It's as simple as that. So I do like to emphasize that, I know there's stigma and there's, whatever, but if you need help, just get the help. And there's no need of punishing yourself and struggling and giving a lot of excuses for not seeking help. Next slide. People can skip. Anyway, so yeah, go ahead, next one. So yeah, so I also like to emphasize that treatment is available, right? And you're going to say, what kind of treatment? There is therapy. And in the US, you don't have to over-preach this. Like people in my place of work now, most of my colleagues are in therapy, one way or another. So therapy is effective, it works. And a lot of studies have shown that therapy actually changes your brain. Like when you do therapy for 6 weeks, 6 months, 1 year, therapy does change the way the brain functions to the better. So if you have access to therapy, you should do therapy if you need it and if it's recommended. There is medication, obviously. Medications are helpful, just like you have medication for blood pressure or diabetes or cholesterol. There is medications for mental issues, which you can talk about in a little bit. And as I said, if you need to be in the hospital, go to the hospital. If you have the high blood sugar and the doctor said you need to be in the hospital, you will not argue. Actually, if you argue, your wife will kick you into the hospital. So, which is what happens to those guys. My wife said I should be here. What do you think? But yeah, so if you need to be in the hospital, you need to be in the hospital, regardless of what happens. If your child or family member needs to be in the hospital, you need to be in the hospital. Trying to get into a convoluted argument with yourself about why you don't want to get to the hospital is a self-defeating process. And we have all these alternative therapies like meditation, yoga, which I do sometimes, and people are looking at a lot of what do you call it, nature-based interventions now for depression and anxiety, for example. And there are like mushrooms, for example. People are finding use of mushrooms. I mean, I don't encourage it because some of the patients, they go out to do their microdosing and then they come to be all psychotic. Even if you're going to do mushrooms, it should be under the supervision of a qualified person, right? So there are alternative therapies that help. So in the midst of all of this, it really makes no sense for somebody to be struggling with depression or having a psychotic episode. Of course you can pray. Of course you can get support from the community. Of course you can talk to your friends. But there are treatments that are available that you should add to that. As against saying, I'm not a medication person. No, what if I'm not a medication person? That doesn't make any sense. Next one. And there's a whole, we've been talking about, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this, there's a whole thing around the biopsychosocial model. In other words, who you are today. And I said this from somebody who's from Nigeria, and I've come to own it. Who I am today is because I'm from Nigeria. Like you can try to hide the fact that you're from Nigeria, but that's like who you are. Your environment is, contributes to who you are, right? Your biology. If your mom has diabetes, you're likely to have diabetes. It's as simple as that. If you have a family member who has schizophrenia, you're at more risk for schizophrenia. So you have to be aware of that, right? So and then our psychological makeup. You have to think about how you see the world. If you are somebody who sees the world as like everybody's my enemy, they're coming after me, I never do anything good, every time I come in things change, that's a bad thing, right? So all of these things contribute to how we develop, and then how mental health develops. So when we talk about treatment, we include this biopsychosocial approach. We look at your background, where you're coming from, how you got here, what's going on for you right now socially, and what's going on for you psychologically, and that can inform how we package the treatment for you. So it really is a thing, like it's a whole, and like I said before, there are people who study this for a living. You don't need to restudy it again. That's just, people have studied it over centuries and come to this point now where we can say this is what works and this is what doesn't work. Next one. So we can skip. So let me talk about medication. Yeah, leave that. The next slide. The next slide. So I usually like this slide. The reason I put this slide up is because when I tell people mental health is a biological, is a brain disorder. It is a brain disorder. It's not because of some evil spirit. It's not because of evil spirits. It's not because of your possess. It's not because, I really say that clearly because I know Nigerian people don't believe it, but mental health issues is a biological, is a brain disorder, right? Yeah, it's not witchcraft. It's not witchcraft. So once you understand that, it makes a difference, right? And again, there are people who study this for a living. We know dopamine, we know the serotonin. If you slice the brain up, you will see all of these things. If you look at the mind, you see them. So it is a brain disorder. And based on that biology, there are medications that have been shown to change the brain in a positive way, to change the receptors, to change the synapses, the way the brain connects, so that you do better. If you keep fighting, your brain will keep wiring, So, and I tell this to my friend all the time, you're here now, this is your first admission in the hospital. I'm telling you now, it's better to get on this medication now. If you don't get on this medication now, you're coming back in 2 weeks' time. By that point, your brain has gone from 5% bad to 10% bad. If you come back and don't want to be on treatment, by the time you come back again, your brain has gone from 10% bad to 50% bad. At that point of no return. You don't want to get to the point of no return. So the earlier you get on treatment, the better. And you can, now that there's AI and there's Google, you can Google this. This is not like some science that nobody knows about. You can Google this things, Next one. So I can skip on the main thing I leave this is to say there are medications we know that work. And one of the things I talk about medication is For depression, there's like 1 million medications. For psychosis, there's 1 million medications. For anxiety, there's 1 million medications. Of all of those medications, one of them will work for you in combination with therapy. So there are so many options. There's like no excuse not to make the most of the medications that are available. Keep going. So actually leave this one. My brother here talked about anxiety, and yes, I do have a slide about anxiety. Anxiety is Anxiety is normal. Anxiety is part of life, right? You get a little anxious because you want to do things and you want to do them well. So anxiety is normal. The problem is when it becomes abnormal, when it becomes an everyday thing, when it becomes something that shapes your behavior, when it becomes something that worries you, keeps you from sleeping, then that's a problem. And there's also people who study anxiety for a living, and they've identified all the brain areas that change when there's anxiety. So, and treatments are according to that. So, depression, anxiety, psychosis, they are all modulated by the brain, and there are treatments that are fashioned. Both psychotherapy and medication do help the brain. And here's the other piece: the environment also affects the brain. So, if you're in an environment that is healthy and supportive, it can actually change the brain function. So, it's really important to understand the biological basis of some of these disorders so that there's no confusion about what is going on. Next one. Okay. Oh, actually, let me talk about. Let's go back. Yeah. So this is a thing with I've told when we talked about this presentation. When I did this presentation before, I talked about ADHD. Our Nigerian parents don't want to hear about ADHD. So I've had a lot of people consulting because of their children with ADHD. I want to say very clearly, children can't have ADHD. ADHD can be treated with medication, and the children do well. These are 3 sentences. Children can have ADHD. ADHD medications help children do well in school, and they can complete school and do better when they're on medication. ADHD is not a bad boy, a bad girl. ADHD is not like a lazy kid. ADHD is a thing. So I just like to emphasize that a little bit for our Nigerian community, because it's like a whole process of coming to terms with the fact that your child has ADHD. Next one. Okay, so I'm going to talk just briefly about because our topic, I'll just talk about culture, mental health, and women. And I think this is something that's almost like universal. And after these few slides, I think I will stop there. I don't know how many minutes I have left, but I really think it's important to, I don't know who, I'm going to go off topic a little bit. Who watches Bridgerton? Yeah, Bridgerton fan. Okay, all right. So if you're a Bridgerton fan, have you watched the last season that came out? All right, so I'm going to say one word that I got from there that was very interesting, and that's like a whole culture. There's the word pinnacle. Makes sense. Do you remember where they talk about pinnacle? Yeah? Okay. So the way society interacts with women is very interesting. And this is from somebody who's from Nigeria. So I really do think that there should be a whole and there are places who focus on women, culture, and mental health, because it's easy to say there's depression, and then it's easy to say there's treatment for depression, and then there's easy to say go get treatment for depression. For a woman, that is complicated. That's like a whole thing. So first of all, is it depression or is it something else? And would people agree that you're depressed as against being someone who's lazy, who doesn't want to get out in the morning? One of my patients now, they are basically on the verge of divorce, but the husband is threatening to divorce her because he thinks she's lazy. She has depression, but he sees her as lazy. Doesn't want to get up, doesn't want to take care of the house, doesn't care for the children, even though she's managing the house, but not to his standard. So the idea that the wife might be depressed is like he doesn't buy into it. So I think overall, the culture of our culture is almost antithetical to the idea that women are struggling emotionally or mentally. And I think that's something we need to address, at an individual level, at a clinical level, and also at the societal level. However, for the purpose of today, I just want to mention areas that I think that are important. One, women, because of our culture, and this goes across all cultures, women bear most of the burden of running a home. That's just the nature of most cultures. And because of the burden of running a home, when a woman is depressed, and this has been shown, when a woman is depressed, it affects the home, it affects the children, and it affects the woman. So if you are treating a woman with depression, you're essentially treating a family with depression. Because if the woman gets better, the family gets better. If the woman doesn't do well, the family doesn't do well. So it is really important to put that into context. And then the other thing is the cultural expectations and the stigma around, is the woman even depressed or anxious, or is it being hysterical and neurotic? And then the second thing is, if seeking treatment for a woman is almost like, for most women, it's almost like accepting that there's a problem. And for most women, that's like a problem to go and seek help. So part of the challenge is getting past that stigma and getting past that sense of I'll be seen as a failure, right? So I think it's really something to focus on, to think through, but get through it and seek help. But part of our job too as mental health people is to make healthcare and mental health care more women-friendly and more accessible to women in different ways. And that's like a whole area of study. Next one.
Can I just bring up one
Yes.
question real quick?
Yes.
I heard you, women need to, but I also think that men need to. I wish my husband was here right now. To be quite honest with you. Because of a lot of the things that you said, I think men need to be aware how much of the mental emotions that we go through in order to get emotional wellness, that the husband has to understand, or a man just in general. I know that is one of the things that I've taken a point for, that my own son knows his responsibility as far as what God expects of him and how he should treat his wife, how he should have treated his girlfriend. And I don't think that's enough that we do. Men will just say, you know what, sow your oats and whatever else. And women will sit their sons down and say, no, you cannot ruin another girl's life. You have to take these responsibilities. And I think it's something that we need to make sure that men understand. There's a role that they play. As far as when you were talking Pinnacle, it's not about you getting off on your pleasure. What are you doing for your wife? What are you doing for, and to understand that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely, I do. Absolutely, I do. I really do think that I almost wish that when we do these things, that the women bring the men or the men come with them, right? Because sometimes we're preaching to the choir in a certain sense, because women understand this thing, even if they don't understand it intellectually, they understand it intuitively. The burden of home care, the stigma around mental health, seeking help, having to manage everything, juggling too many things. The women understand it actually, but they need the support from their partners to take the step around care. Yeah, so I 100% agree with you. The problem is most men don't want to come to these things. I mean, that's just the reality, right? So how do we do that? I don't know, right? I think that's an important element. And one of the things that, as in my clinical practice, for example, whenever I see a woman in my practice and it's all about this relationship, once you ask the husband to come in for therapy, they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. So until you treat them with divorce, and I think that's usually the few times they've come is because the woman has said, if you don't come in, that's it, like I'm out. Yeah. And then they wake up a little bit. So although I don't know about so yeah, but that's a really important thing. I think that if he's the organizer, so next time we should make it mandatory. If you come and bring your spouse. Yeah. So yeah, but that's a very good point, both societally and clinically as well. Because sometimes if you encouraging someone to do self-care, they need to be given the space to do it, right? Because if not, it's not gonna work out. Yeah. So this is the other thing. I think one we talk about stigma, but I also like to emphasize self-stigma, right? So there's societal stigma, but there was the self-stigma, which is one of the things that limits you from seeking help, because part of our upbringing is to see ourselves as, of course, you want to be perfect, right? So if for whatever reason you're not perfect, you already kind of tell yourself, I'm not perfect, there's no point, so it's like a whole self-stigma. So with depression, anxiety, psychosis, you start seeing yourself as like below what you're supposed to be. And that's like self-stigma. And that is that limits people sometimes from actually seeking help. So having that knowledge about self-stigma, knowing that maybe it is self-stigma that's at work, can help the person get over the initial reluctance to seek help. Or to even care for the self, really, to do the self-care we're talking about. And then one of the things I like to mention is the idea of autonomy, privacy, and individualism. So one of the challenges for me over the years being in Europe and the United States is that there's a lot of emphasis on autonomy, individualism, and sort of having privacy, which are wonderful, but they also perpetuate stigma. So when you say, oh, you can't tell people that this person has depression, well, that tells the person that that's a bad thing to tell people. Like, I don't know, it's a positive thing to protect people's health information, but also it perpetuates stigma. Because then if you say, oh, I don't want to talk to my wife because I don't want my wife to know that I'm struggling with this, of course you have to respect that, but that's a problem, because then how do you get support? Because the person that is close to you do not know. So I think it's a balance, balancing privacy, autonomy, and individualism with seeking help and seeking support from people around you. That's like a balance to strike. Next one. So I'm going to end with this. One of the things over the years, I've been working in the community. I have private practice. I do research. I think we are at the point where we have to think about where care right now. Most care is delivered in psychiatric hospital, psychiatric clinic, community mental health center, maybe primary care doctors' offices. But we have to think about where else can we deliver mental health care. I think the pandemic has given us a chance to think about how care can be delivered. Telehealth, you don't have to go anywhere. But also churches, we talked about that before, and other community areas. This place, for example, is neutral. People can come here and get help if there's counseling available. So we have to rethink where mental health care is delivered. That would help women, because the biggest challenge to getting healthcare is actually making the time. So the more flexible, the more accessible, the nearer the care is, the more culturally appropriate the care is, the more likely women are likely to get help. And then the other piece is how care is delivered, right? And who delivers the care. A lot of evidence that we find out from our studies and other people's studies that if somebody has depression, they don't necessarily need to see a psychiatrist to get help. I mean, psychiatrist is wonderful, but not everybody needs to see a psychiatrist. Other people can be trained to deliver the same level of the same effective care to people. So we should be thinking about who can deliver care, who else can provide some support, who else can provide therapy that is not a psychologist or psychiatrist. And then who receives the care. So this is important, because sometimes a child is having behavioral problems, mental health issues, and the child is thrown into the health system. But actually, it may be a family problem. The family may be coming from a family relationship problem, it may be coming from the relationship with the dad. Usually, if you have a young woman, I can guarantee you 90% of the time is about the father, relationship with the father. Either the father is not there, the father is there, but it's not. So you can't just take that person and say, this is the problem. So we need to think about who receives the care, who is presenting, but also who receives the care. And then I think one of the challenges is the conceptualization of mental health issues. Once you start with the premise that this person is possessed, it's like that means you're not seeking help, because you already identified that this is the problem. So the conceptualization of mental health issues is really important. How do you see mental health issues? What do you think is going on? So having an understanding of the process, how mental health develops, is really important. And then, of course, we'll talk about health system issues, how health systems are designed, how policies are made, who contributes to the policy, who decides what is important in the policy. I think that's just a system level issue. Okay, I think I will stop here and hand it over to Ife for the next. I think if you have questions, we have time for questions. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ted Iheanacho. Like I say, he comes here, he appears to be so simple and all of that. For Yale University to trust him to be the director of the Yale University Global Mental Health Program, you should know the quality of person we have here. Thank you, Dr. Iheanacho, we appreciate it. Like I said, we're going to leave here with a feeling of having had an experience. Wait until you get to Dr. Zaza's session. Or did I tell you that people in Namibia are asking for you? Wait, the women, wait until you get to Dr. Zaza's session. While Dr. Iheanacho was making his presentation, we were honored to receive the political strongholds in New York. Yeah? So we have Representative Joel Williams Johnson. Thank you so much for being here. We have Assemblywoman Mary Jane Shinsky. Thank you so much. And of course, the Senate Majority Leader, Andrea Stewart Cousins. Thank you so much. So we're going to take a break for the presentation and have them, because like I said, they're very busy people. They've even stayed longer than the mayor, and that's to tell you how important they take mental health. Right? It's very important. They came here today not because because they want you to understand how mental health is important, particularly for women. This is Women History Month. And Dr. Iheanacho was talking about culturally competent mental health, culturally informed mental health. We have to talk about mental health from every angle. As an advocate of mental health, I try everything I can from different angles. Everybody needs to learn. You think you know more until you are informed like this, you realize that you barely know nothing. So I'm going to invite Representative. I was asking, the way the big fish goes last, right? Okay, who goes? Representative Joel Williams Johnson. Thank you. When you are not in political sector, you learn protocols. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Effie, thank you so much. I can't relay how proud I am that you're in District 8, that you are so dedicated to the community in every way, in everything that you and your team do, from the walks to the last conference we had over at the hotel to this packed room today. And we won't even get into the food drives and the food pantry and all of that. You just are continually supporting the community. And you are such a valued member of it. We appreciate Echoes of Africa initiatives and everything that you stand for and everything that you do. And a whole conference based around women's health. Thank you. Thank you. And during Women's History Month, as introduced, I'm Legislator Joel Williams Johnson. I serve on the Westchester County Board of Legislators representing District 8, which includes the city of White Plains, town of Greenburgh, and the villages of Elmsford and Tarrytown. So it is an honor to be with you today. I hope you all are being sponges and just soaking it all up, because women are being featured. And yes, for a minute I was like, okay, are we going to be mansplained today? But all of the information is critical to supporting our health. And we know that we have finally come to understand that mental health is all encompassing with our general and physical health. We can't have one without the other. So thank you for being here. Thank you for hosting and for everything that you do. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to say just a few words of welcome.
Thank you. For some of you who were at our mental health for children and adolescents in December of 2024, you know, the things we do at ECHOS Africa Initiatives, a lot of people don't know. We barely have funding for the things we do. It's between myself and the board, raising money, sometimes taking loans, begging people, and all of that to make the things that we do happen. But you see, one of the very first grants that we got from Westchester was from somebody who saw what we do and decided to champion our cause. Assemblywoman Mary Jane Shinsky. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It is so wonderful to see so many people talking here, trying to get information and learn more about one of the biggest challenges of our time. As a shout out to Women's History Month, think about the historical figures, the figures of legends, the way women are portrayed. Think about Eve. Think about Medea. Think about all of these women. They're seen as evil. We can only wonder what mental health challenges Medea was feeling before she did what she did. We're now in a moment where more and more sub-communities, if you will, are starting to recognize the importance of dealing with mental health. I am so proud of my alma mater, Yale University, having something dedicated to global mental health. Because when you're trying to bring people in, it's not like a broken leg, as the good doctor had said. You have to reach people on a mental, intellectual, emotional level. And that means you're not just dealing with a community who needs healthcare. You are dealing with all of the different ways people think, all of the different cultural conditioning that we come to face these issues with. So I never even heard about a global mental health before, but boy, is that important. And to all of you who are dealing with all of this on a micro level, our society has become so stressful. Every demographic is exploding the need for mental health services. Women, can't imagine why any of you feel stress. We also know that everything, including life expectancy of people of color, especially Black people, is also a product of receiving the treatment that racism brings your way. So if you're Black and you're a woman, you've got an awful lot to deal with. And in a way, I find it concerning, but in a way, I find it really, really fantastic that there are so many of you here. And we do have a few men here listening who can hopefully bring it to the rest of the family. And thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much. Once again, we have a great initiative from a wonderful group. And I hope that you all learn something that you can bring home and that makes yourself, your family, the young people in your lives, because the young people are suffering so much at this point, that you get something here that's really going to help. So I will turn up the microphone. I have a feeling that they're going to expect you to speak too.
You have a feeling? Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how I don't have to introduce her because I don't know how, but the Senate, the New York State Senate Majority Leader, graced us with her presence today. And that's to tell you how important, because a lot is going on that needs her attention, but she made time to be here. We do not take it for granted. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Effie, and congratulations on all the success. Echoes of Africa initiative. I'm so happy that I got invited here today because I did not know what you've been doing, but I do know, based on what I'm looking at, what you're doing is extremely important. And you should know that, yes, I am Andrea Stewart Cousins. I have the privilege of working with Mary Jane and with Jewel Williams Johnson. I'm on the state level with Mary Jane. There's a Senate, there's an Assembly. I lead the Senate. I'm the first woman leader in the history of New York State. And I represent you. So, my district is Yonkers, Greenberg, and Mount Pleasant. So I'm yours, you're mine. Also, there used to be this situation where there were three men in the room, they would say, that would determine everything that happened in New York State, because the three men were always the governor, and because it was always a male, and the leader of the Senate was always a male, and the leader of the Assembly was always a male. So for almost 250 years, there were only three men in the room. However, I was the first woman in the room in 2019. And now there is the first female governor in the room. So there are actually two women and one man in the room, and that is Speaker Carl Heastie. But when I say I'm in the room, it's, I don't come in the room by myself. I come in the room with everybody. And I have a diverse Senate that is, not only geographically, but demographically diverse. And I listen to my members so that when we come in the room, people's viewpoints, cultures, understanding, areas that they come from, all of that is in the room. And I say that because I'm very happy that the state has, certainly post-COVID, Doctor, when you were talking about how we started grappling differently with mental health post-COVID. I mean, COVID had everybody isolated and fearful, and it just became a whole different approach to life. But it caused us to really take a look at mental health, not only for grown-ups, but for our children. How do they go back into an environment of learning? How do they get the help they need? So we had, in 2023, put in the largest amount for mental health, $1 billion, that went everywhere from increasing beds to bringing mental health into our schools. And I'm talking about every level of school, not only our elementary schools, but even our, we have CUNY schools and SUNY schools, and making sure mental health is available there. We have continued on an annual basis to emphasize the fact that we know that mental health, yes, is a human right, but it's part of the whole ecosystem of health. And we're trying to get that parity in terms of coverage, in terms of women. We have started obviously looking at insurance, making sure that not only do we have prenatal screening and so on, but postpartum screenings, because again, having a baby, and people suffer from postpartum depression, and if it's not covered by your insurance, then it's an issue. So having women in the room also makes a difference. You know, because our experiences are different. So that we are able to say, well, what about? And that's why you see more investment in childcare. That's why you see more investment in looking at the care community and trying to lift the wages of people who are taking care of our kids and are most vulnerable. It is because there is a different perspective, a feminine perspective in the room. So I want you to know that I so appreciate not only this organization, but the emphasis on making sure that we know what's going on and that we're paying attention, that we're raising our voices in ways that really help to amplify what our community needs. And I will go even further with what Mary Jane was saying, that if you're a Black woman and you're a woman, but if you're in this environment, an immigrant, a woman and a Black woman, there's a whole lot of stress. So please know that you're entitled to, I mean, nobody lives stress-free. We know that, you know, because life in itself brings stress. But there are resources, there is care, and there is an acknowledgement that if you are struggling, there is help without the stigma, without having to, you know, explain yourself, but just go get it. Make yourself the priority. We as Black women in particular, and women in general, you know, we give birth to the nation, right? To the next generation, and then it is assumed, and we say ourselves how strong we are because we are. And so much of our world depends on us being steady and focused and strong, no matter who does this, who does that. It always comes back to how are you holding it down? So we have kind of brought into this myth as well, that we are, and we are. We save a lot of things behind the scenes and we hold down a lot of things. But that does not mean that you're not vulnerable and that you don't need help and that you don't need support. Recognize that you are a priority because you are holding down so much. Recognize that charity begins at home and home is you. That's you. And if you're not okay, nobody's okay. So be okay. So anyway, thank you so much. Glad to see you, and I will be back when you need me. Effie, you must call me. And again, thank you so much, and happy Women's History Month.
Thank you so much. So we'll take a 15 minutes break and then bathroom, take something to eat, and then we'll go straight to Dr. Zaza, the experience. All right, thank you.
If you think I fashi you, I'm on a journey, mama, don't you worry, oh. Yes, I've been scheming, and I've been plotting. Nobody will figure me like me. So one time a day, going on drive, my people pass one way. Road safety done there for express, follow Dominion way. How I know go get my change? Why you dey
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. How are we feeling today? We'll talk about that a little bit more. So today, we're going to continue our conversation around culture, conditioning, and mental health amongst us women. But today, we'll be focusing on the cost of being strong. Okay? So I want to start with, us playing, next slide please, with us playing a quick game. I need everyone to pay attention because there's a grand prize. There's a 2026 G-Wagon bought outside for the winner of our game today. The winner will be the person in the room who doesn't raise their hand for any of the statements that I will make today, okay? So our game is called Strength Bingo, the Superwoman Edition. Okay, so to start us off, raise your hand if you're the one that people call when there's crisis. When things are going wrong, somehow you're the one. Okay. Raise your hand if you're the one that feels guilty for resting. You feel like you can't just take time for yourself. I'm number one. Okay. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you're someone that says, I'm fine, even when things are not fine. Okay? Raise your hand if you have handled something very heavy in your heart, but when you show up, people don't even know what you've been through. All right. Raise your hand if you're someone that doesn't like to ask for help. Asking for help is not good. Okay? Raise your hand if you've ever cried in private, but when you show up in public, it's as if nothing has happened. Very polished. Raise your hand if you minimize your own stress because your mentality is that people have it worse than me, so I shouldn't complain. It should be okay. And finally, the last statement is raise your hand if you're tired of being strong, but you don't know what else to do. You just feel like that's how you have to show up. I think everyone has been disqualified. I don't think we have a winner today. But as we look around this room, when we look at one another, you don't count, sir. I'm sorry. When we look around this room, we see a lot of strong women, right? And it's really good to be strong because our strength is what gets us through different seasons of life, the trials, the tribulations that we face. But strength, when it starts to become your identity, right? When strength starts to become the pressure, when it starts to become the expectation of how you should show up, that's when it starts to affect our mental health. Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide? Okay, so Dr. Iheanacho broke this down for us a little bit in his presentation, but I want to break down a little bit more of what exactly is mental health. Not mental illness, but mental health. And based on the World Health Organization, they define mental health as a state of mental well-being that enables people to, one, cope with the stressors of life. Now, can someone in the room, maybe just one person, share why they think something like coping with the stressors of life is part of mental health, well-being? Why would that be something that's important? Being able to cope with the stresses of life. No right or wrong? Yes.
Because I have to move forward in the medical. I can't just. I have people who are depending on me. I can't not stay in the States. I know that if the Lord allows me to see tomorrow, I need to be ready for tomorrow.
Right. So, in other words, there's no such thing as a stress-free life, right? But as women, I feel like we have an extra sense where if something is off, if we're, with someone or a certain situation, our nervous system gets activated. Something feels wrong in that certain space or speaking to that person. And being able to cope with the stressors of life means that our body is not in that state of alert, right? We're able to be regulated and not feel like we're shutting down or overwhelmed. So that's why that element is there. The next element is realize their abilities. Can we get another person as to why we think being able to realize your abilities is something that's important to mental health? Yes, in the back.
It's all about knowing your strengths
Yes.
and your weaknesses, within
Correct.
which you can go at every point in time.
Exactly. Knowing your strengths and your weaknesses, being able to have that ability to pursue goals, to make decisions that are aligned with the vision that you have for your life. That's why that is a core element. The next one is learn well and work well. Why do we think that's a core element? Why do we need to learn well and work well to have good mental health? Anyone? Everyone must talk today. So if you don't talk now, I'll come and find you.
Just like knowing your triggers. If you know your triggers, you know when things are happening. You know what to do. Because you understand it. You know when just start how to work on it. So you know how to handle some of the stresses.
Yes.
When it happens.
Exactly. It's about learning new skills so that in this life we are able to be productive, accomplishing our goals, etc. So that's why that's a core pillar. And then the last one is contribute to their community. Can we have one other person? Why is it important that we should know how to contribute to our community?
Naturally, women are nurturers. So sometimes we feel compelled as women that we have to be part of the community, no matter how small. Like Dr. Ian Acho was talking about how he went to Nigeria to his cousin's church, and most of the people there were women. So women, we feel that the
coming together.
We always want to take that responsibility. And because of that, it can affect our mental health because we are putting so much into making sure that everybody in the community is well. And sometimes we might neglect ourselves in the process.
Yeah, it's true. But I'll let you all just give me 1 second.
Sure.
But yes, community, being able to contribute to our community is very important because as humans, whether you're man or woman, we're social by nature. It's important for us to build relationships with one another, socialize. It's not natural to feel like, yes, you can be introverted, like time to yourself, but it's not natural for one to just always self-isolate themselves. So being amongst your peers is also a really important pillar when it comes to mental health and your well-being. And we had another comment in the back. Did you want to share something?
I was gonna say, community is part of our identity.
Yes.
We all come from a community, so contributing to your community is like you're also impacting in yourself.
Yes.
So if your community is growing, invariably you're also growing.
Yes. Thank you so much for that comment. Yes.
So I said it for the negative part, then for the positive too.
Yes.
As we're helping others, it's helping our mental health as well.
Yes.
Because once we are spreading our tentacles and helping other people, some people feel satisfied, they feel, like they're doing something.
Belong.
Yes.
Yes.
And that invariably help their mental health as well.
Correct.
So it could be both negative and positive,
Correct.
depending on how you yourself, you say it and you use it to
Yes.
your full benefit.
And the community that you're involving yourself in. Yes. Next slide, please. So, next slide. Yes. So we do this a lot during the workshops where we come from different backgrounds and culture, and we say, what are things that your culture, how they describe mental health? What are things that come to mind? I have some on the screen that people oftentimes say, but can we just have people shout? When mental illness comes to mind, we often think about weakness, crazy, curse, witchcraft, madness, something is wrong with you, right? These are things that we've kind of been trained to, because of what we've heard, we are easily able to talk about these things. It's usually negative, the connotation. Say it again. Poverty, yes, that's another one. Next slide, please. So in a small group, preferably if you can speak to someone that you don't know, that's part of building community. I want you to find someone in the room and share what message about mental health did you inherit? Did you learn growing up or early adulthood? Any message at all? And how does this show up in you today? So take a couple minutes, find someone, and I'll come and we'll have some groups share out. So what message did you inherit learning about mental health, and how did that show up in your identity today? Everyone should be chatting, please. I will come and find you, yes. Yes. Are we talking? Listen, we're not talking. Can we clap for your partner? All right, everyone. Can we have one person maybe share what their partner shared with them? Okay. Can we have your attention, please?
Thank you, everyone.
And please introduce yourself.
My name is Olua Milayo. We talked in our group here. I got it here. Said something about inherited, right? We inherit madness or craziness or mental health. To me, some of the things that we saw our fathers or our generation past did. My sister here talked about anger. Anger, some people say, oh, I inherited it from my great grandfather. You didn't inherit it. It's a behavior that you learn from them. So to me, it's a learned behavior. You see it because you've grown up from that kind of toxic environment. You see it as your normal. So everybody that is not doing that is not normal. Because that is how you grew up, and you transfer it. Your father did it, your great-grandfather did it, then you pass it along. And maybe somebody's beating their husband, you see your father beating their mom. And you think this is a normal thing that goes on. So your way of showing love is just giving money, and if you don't answer me, ooh. That is a learned behavior. It can be unlearned. You can learn and relearn some things. Better way to treat and to many relationships. That's what we talk about.
Thank you. Can we have one more?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jumoke. What we talked about, based on the question, what message about mental health did you inherit? Growing up in Nigeria, I grew up in Nigeria, and all of us that we spoke about it here grew up in Nigeria. Growing up in Nigeria, you don't discuss mental health. So there's nothing that you're learning. Nobody talks about it. The extent that you talk about mental health is the crazy person you see on the street that, is walking around without clothes or whatever, and they're mad. No one acknowledges depression. What is that? Like, it's not even something that you talk about. So, learning about mental health, if you say someone has mental health, they'll say that, I'll say it in my language, that means somebody is after you. Like, maybe you are bewitched, yes, that's the word. So we didn't really talk about it. It's not something that was talked about.
And how did that show up? How did you get my mistake? You not talk about it.
I have learned to talk about it. Now, maybe not to the point that I'm constantly in therapy every day, but I've learned to acknowledge that it happens, that it's real, and there's treatment for it. And there's nothing to be ashamed of, because, hey, we're all dealing with so many different things, and ask for help. You can't do everything by yourself. Earlier we spoke about self-care. It's very important. I have learned that thing. They know in my house, if Saturday morning most women will get up so early, you cook, you clean, you do all these things, you kill yourself. If my daughters come to my room, are you awake? No. That's exactly how I answer them. I'm not awake. And then they leave me alone, because that means it's my time to rest. So we need to learn to take care of ourselves. Because if you don't take care of yourself, then, the family unit will break.
Thank you. All right, next slide, please.
Next slide.
Okay, so we kind of spoke to this earlier, but mental health is on a spectrum. And it's very natural for people to bounce from one side of the spectrum to the other, right? So let me break down each category for us. When you're well, we've already said that there's no such thing as a life that's stress-free, right? But being in the well category, you're able to still keep things balanced. Your emotions are regulated. You don't feel like you're on edge, right? So that's a sweet spot where you want to find yourself the majority of the day, your time, etc. Then when you're stressed, they say the pressure is getting worse. Yes. So this is when your pressure is rising. So at this point, maybe you have family deadlines that are things you have to do for your family. You're in school, deadlines are approaching. There's some urgency to things that you need to get it done. So that's, we have a little bit of anxiety, but the healthy anxiety that pushes us to be productive. And then we have strain. So strained is when you start to feel like your patience is getting thinner, you're being stretched outside of your capacity. Your thoughts are not really organized. You don't know how you can be in one place and another place and be handling these different tasks. And that can lead to one feeling very overwhelmed, right? That's self-explanatory. And then you have struggling. So when someone is struggling, that means you're still functioning, but for some reason, everything feels heavier. You're trying and you're making all of the efforts, but you almost seem like you can't catch a break, right? Do you ever go through seasons where one thing after the other, something bad keeps happening, something bad keeps happening, you feel like you can't catch your breath? That's when you start feeling like you're struggling. And then we have unwell. So that's when you're in a state where your emotional health, your mental health is impacting your ability to show up for yourself, show up for others. You might even start feeling sick, etc. So we want to avoid ever getting to a state where we're unwell because we weren't able to understand where we fall in this spectrum and get the support or the services that we need. So in the room today, where do we find yourself in this current moment? And it could be for various reasons. Like for me, I might say I'm a little bit stressed because I'm presenting in front of an audience. So I feel a little bit like, pressure a little bit, right? So where are we in this room? Raise your hand if you feel pretty well in this moment, in this moment, you feel pretty well. If you feel a bit stressed, maybe, are we a bit stressed? Okay. Is anyone feeling a bit strained? Feel like they're being stretched outside of their capacity? Not really. Don't be shy. This is a safe space because the more you're able to identify where you are, you don't know who in the room is able to help you. So if you feel strained, if you're feeling overwhelmed, and please be looking around at folks that are raising their hands because this is part of building community in this space, right? Do we have anyone feeling like they're struggling today? In this moment, we're struggling. Okay. Financially. Yes, but that's a real thing. That's a real thing. And do we have anyone feeling unwell? Do you have anyone feeling unwell? And if you are and you don't feel like raising your hand, please come and find either myself or Dr. Hannah, please. So if anyone is feeling unwell, or if anyone is along any side of this spectrum that needs to talk, needs a listening ear, we're here to also support you. So please keep that in mind. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're going to shift into how our culture shapes how we show up. Why are we so strong? Is it because our culture, our people tell us and teach us how to be strong? That's a question that we have to ask ourselves. So when I was thinking about this, there was an excerpt that I saw online, and I want to read it to you all because I really feel like it embodies what we're trying, the questions that we have now. This is the answer. So it reads, culture does not become conditioning overnight, okay? It happens through repetition, through phrases that we hear again and again, through what is praised, through what is punished, through what is ignored. No one sat us down and said, here is how to suppress your emotions. But when you hear, be strong, stop crying, pray about it, don't tell people our business, over time, those phrases stop becoming advice and starts becoming identity. They become rules. Rules about what emotions are allowed, rules about who gets to struggle, rules about how help is accessed. And when rules go unexamined, they quietly shape behavior. That is how culture becomes conditioning. So reading through that statement, do we have any thoughts? Just any thoughts that anyone wants to share? Yes.
Yeah, I guess as a black parent, and if you have children, as a black parent and you have children, and those children, let's just say, I know in one particular case, and it's not right or anything else, but I had a child who was very gifted. And one of the things that I had to constantly remind her that she was intelligent, that she was strong. She happened to go to Horace Mann, and somebody questioned her ability. Somebody questioned when she got into Cornell. They said the only reason why you got there was because you were black. And she had to say to that young man, first off, she said, we don't have legacy. I don't have any parents who went to Cornell. Then she said, have you seen my SAT scores? Have you seen my achievement? Did you know that I got a Bosch and Lung Award as a junior that's given to a senior? So when you say these eventually become conditioning, I don't know, because I have to believe that as African American parents or parents of students of color, that just becomes, if they're not sure of who they are, then they can easily be somebody to change or to affect how they believe in themselves. So this is a one time I would have to say, as a parent of African American children, that it is important that they have a strong foundation of who they are, what they're about, and whose they belong to. I like that. I like what you're saying there. But that is something that I feel very, very strongly about. That as a parent, that is my responsibility. To never have her question, and it's just, it's just to just say, I am somebody. Who am I? You know what? It is important they know that.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. And I think it's important to emphasize that a lot of these things, it begins at home, right? When you're a child. And just as much as there can be negative messaging, it's on the responsibility of the parents or the guardian to, as you said, giving children these words of affirmation, letting them know their strengths and not just highlighting weaknesses, right? So there's still a part of conditioning that goes with your children, even if it's more so in a positive manner and not negative. So I understand what you're saying there. Yes, can you?
Yeah, from what you read from here, like she said, mostly it's from home or from our community. How do we positively help, assist those that we see that are struggling, maybe with their identity, like they said? There's so many things outside that compete with who they are. And when they come to us, especially we think we're over spiritual, and we think, what are you talking about? Be strong. You can do it. You're not even giving a listening ears to hear what they want to talk about. We don't even have the time to sit down and talk about. We think they're weak. And some of the times we tell them, you're weak, come on. What are you talking about? That's why our boys or our guys think, I don't know who put it there, that they should not speak out, they should keep it in. That is not right. That's why they're dying. Because they don't want them to see them as weak. So they keep it in. So we are part of it too. That's what I'm saying. We are part of it.
Yes, we are part of it, 100%. I think I want to refocus us on the actual topic that we're discussing about how culture is the one that makes these conditions, how we show up. So what I want to do now is have maybe different people from different cultures explain how they feel like their own background, their own culture has influenced how identity, right? How you view yourself. So I know we have some Nigerians in the room, we have some Ghanaians in the room, we have people of African American descent. So if we can have maybe some different voices share how the culture, our roots, right? How that has shaped the way in which our identity and how we view ourselves. Do we have anyone that can share? Yes, in the back, please, and now in the front.
Yeah, thank you. I think our culture, just like my sister said in the beginning, that mostly nobody, family of Nigeria that I know of, maybe there might be some that discuss anything about mental issue or whatever. Even when I was coming, my husband was like, "What are you going there to do?"
Yes, and that's part of the issue, right?
I said I need it for my mental. I said, "What is wrong with your mental?" I said my mental needs to be reset. Say, "What is wrong with it?" I said, "You need to be rewind." I just keep on sleeping. Then he said, "Just stay home. We are your therapy." I said, "You are part of my problem." I said, "You are part of my problem." But anyway, going back, it is true that nobody wants to discuss because you don't want to discuss, and most of our mothers, we struggle in silence. We struggle in silence. And who do you talk to? Who do you want to talk to that you going cuckoo in your head? They will say, "Go and pray, go and read Psalm, so. You are not the one. Many, whatever, Even if you are struggling with your children, you want to be very careful. You tell the problem of your family too. And if you dare say it, God help you, whoever you say it to, it will be talk of the town or something like that. So you hold it in. Hold it in. Your head is going cuckoo, feel depressed and all that. And sometimes when I see people that they say they kill themselves, I kind of think about saying, before somebody can kill themselves, take their life, it has been piling. To that point, I say, you know what, I can, and not sometimes this kind of thing comes to your mind that no self-worth. What am I doing? What this does not work, that is not work. So, and even your husband, I just gave you an example, say, what are you going there to do? So, sometimes some of them understand to some extent, but sometimes then they need, I don't even know. There's no way they can understand. Say, kilo share.
All right, thank you. Thank you for sharing. We're gonna have one other person in the front here, but I think we have someone from Dominican descent. Can we have that person speak? Talk about your culture, maybe how that's influenced the messagings that you heard about mental health. There's no right or wrong answer. Just anything you can share with the group.
So actually, well, my name is Janet. I'm actually from Puerto Rico. So I can't answer the question, but
So basically, kind of talk to us about how maybe the Puerto Rican culture, maybe the different ideologies, how they view mental health. What messaging did you hear growing up, and how that's influenced you to adulthood?
So as I grew up on the island, mental health was a big stigma. It was a huge stigma. It was one of those things where you address whatever was going on with your family. Everything had to be discussed within the home. It never left the confines.
Everything stays in the house.
Yes, everything was private, personal. Everything stayed within the confines of the home. So we had a lot of issues with that. The only thing I can say is that when I joined military, so I started to explore much more about mental health. So I was the one that kind of opened the doors to my family and started talking to them about mental health and access, and that everybody needed to address certain things. I told them about the stigma because we learned so much about stigma in the military as well. So I think I took a lot of what I learned in the military to my family, and so I think that's how I was able to connect the bridge between accessibility and being able to discuss mental health issues, with the family. And to this day, I think it's still in general, at least in my family, it's difficult. It's a challenge because of the stigma, and the women are the ones that carry a lot on their shoulders, and we're the ones that have to be the strong ones, and everything falls on our shoulders. So I was the one that was kind of like the one breaking the mold, and so bringing what I learned back to my family. So that's
Reshaping what mental health, what mental illness, what that represents, and how we can fix that.
I did. I tried my best.
Yes.
Because then in the military was a whole big thing as well, and that was huge in the military. So I learned what I couldn't do, what I could do, what I saw, what worked, what failed to my family and my friends back home in the Caribbean. I think to this day, there's mental health resources that I've seen when I visit my family, and I go pretty often to the island. But there's still some stigma, but there's also a huge lack of resources on the island.
Yeah.
It's huge. There's hardly anything. And after all the hurricanes, a lot of people left, a lot of people fled. So there's a lot of folks struggling with mental health, a lot of suicide. But there's no resources. It's just very limited, very limited. So
Thank you for sharing. And can we have in the front here, can you please share?
I introduced myself.
Could you do it
before.
again,
It's
please?
Rosemary. My name is Rosemary. And so, growing up, and like we talked about in the single, mental health was kind of hush-hush. If there was something in a family that people knew about, it was hush-hush. It wasn't discussed openly. But when I came to the States and started to learn more about, depression, and I work in a healthcare setting, so I could talk to an in-law when her mother was going through things. I said, look, what your mother is going through sounds like depression. She lost her husband, she lost a son, she lost an in-law. Have you guys explored getting counseling or mental health therapy for her? And they actually did, and she improved so significantly over the years. And my in-law still talks to me and says, thank you for speaking up, and I have began to see more and more, being more open. And when things happen, like, can we get help? Can we get counseling? Can we talk about it? Have you seen somebody? In my own Nigerian community, there's still a taboo, there's still a stigma. Oh yeah, no, we don't want to take medication. It doesn't have to be medication.
Right.
Seek professional help,
Correct.
and let's see. Let's take it back. Even my own children, I've had to, in the school, my youngest say, look, counseling in school, see a counselor. And we work with the teachers to say, I want him to be able to see the school counselor. When you're feeling stressed out, when you're feeling, go talk to the counselor. Go talk to the counselor, and they give him time. Counselor says, I have an open door. Anytime you're feeling stressed out, just come to my office. You don't have to talk to me about anything. Just come. So he will go and just sit down there and just, spend time. When he feels good, goes back to his regular day. So we have had to do that. And it's because I came here and I saw resources and I saw brilliant kids and brilliant people. And just because they didn't have the resources or they were not able to take advantage, and then they're limited and begin to have a certain mindset.
Yes, thank you for sharing. Yes. Sister Eve.
Thank you. So mine is, I want to share, and it's also a kind of a question. Growing up, I saw a lot of fixation on people always, someone is after someone else. And for everything that goes wrong, there has to be someone who is responsible. You don't get a job, it has to be one aunt, one uncle, or one stepmom. You had an accident, it has to be someone. This is not just in Nigeria. In the course of my work as a journalist, I've traveled to various African countries. It cuts across African country. We saw it in Namibia. And so I'm thinking, where does mental health, where does culture ideology, and where does mental health start? Because even with the immigrants, African immigrants here, you'll be amazed at what they share. When you talk about mental health, you'll be amazed at what they say. These are people who have, some of them have been here over 20 years. I recently lost my sister-in-law last month to breast cancer. At some point, I stopped talking to her. When she was at the last stage, I stopped talking. I mean, towards the last, I stopped talking to her because I didn't know what else to say. It was stage 2 when she was diagnosed. And I told her all the resources I had, the medical colleagues I have, friends I have, I shared everything. No, it's my uncle in the village. It's my uncle in the village. And everything, anytime I would tell, I said, what did your doctors tell you? They went to the hospital. You need to get, by then it had affected just one breast slightly. I said, you need to actually proactively take both out. She said, oh, no, it's not going to solve anything. It's my day Friday. And, and everything I saw it in my family. As we speak, I see it among young people. I mean, the young, it's that, and they are passing that ideology, passing that culture, passing it to the other generation. So it's so hard, because even in doing these things that I do, I'm asking myself, like, is it really making an impact? Because when you sit down and you hear these things, in the church, okay, there are some pastors, some ministers who are beginning to embrace it, the fact that, okay, people need help, they need professional help. But even at that, at some point, it's the hand of the work of the devil. Yeah, nobody's disarming Christian. Nobody's prayer is key, right? But you can prayerfully seek professional help. And just like my sister said earlier on, all these things I'm talking about, people blaming people, it's learned behavior because that's what they heard growing up. You can learn it. But you need to have an open mind. You need to discuss things like this. You need to begin to start thinking. I tell you, even in this room, there are people who, one thing or the other, somebody must be responsible for everything going on with you. How does someone, with my sister-in-law, I'm like, how can someone say someone infected with breast cancer? I'm like, so is this man, who is the richest? Is it Bill Gates? Is he rich? And he had that kind of power. He's in the village. So I don't get it. So my question is, where does culture, where does ideology, where does it start? And where does mental illness start? Because it's difficult for them, it's difficult. And even in trying to reason with them, in trying to talk to them, I don't even know where to start because it's so embedded in them. So that's my question.
Yeah, I think that's the issue, right? That's the ongoing struggle that we're trying to address. And I think you even half answered your own question with, when you know better, you do better, right? You try to educate your family, your loved ones, your neighbors, whoever it is. And we're going back to how culture shapes mental health and our thoughts behind it. Even, Miss Rosemary, right? She talked about how, coming here, I guess, understanding a different culture, even if it's the American culture, she came to realize that there are things, resources, access points, even for little kids, to help address their mental health. So even in understanding different cultures, different ways of living, different resources that are available in different areas, that's also part of the solution. And not everyone has the privilege of traveling abroad or traveling to somewhere to get the appropriate access that they might need, but we already have the responsibility of paying it forward. So the most that we can do is share and educate, but we can't you can lead a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink, right? So you do your best, and unfortunately that person has to come to the terms of, okay, my mind is open and this thing I'll try. Even if it doesn't work, I'll always give it a try. So again, I don't think there's any direct answer for your question. But even holding seminars like this is how you're spreading awareness and resources. So I think that is the best thing that you can do. So, yeah. So another way, next slide please, that I want to emphasize, and please don't play yet. Another way that culture becomes conditioning is through something we call shifting or code switching. Does anyone know what code switching is? Okay, could you share with us what is code switching?
Give it to him.
Okay, let me say, here I'm African American, right? And if I go to workplace, I don't have to say what's up or use any kind of words. I have to make it more professional.
Correct.
You know, when I go to my neighborhood, I can use that.
Yeah.
You know, I can use any F or D, whatever it is.
Thank you for that. Yes, so code switching is the ability to change how you speak, how you present, depending on the space that you're in. So, for example, if you're at work, how you speak, maybe your tone, it might change a little bit to be, you know, I'm a nice person, I'm collaborative, I don't want people to think that I'm angry or I'm wicked. When you're around maybe elders, your body language might change. You want to seem like a respectable person. You put your shoulders up, you know. When you're in, let's say, predominantly white spaces, your vocabulary might shift. So, right, you want to speak very professional. Maybe how you enunciate your words might change a little bit. And even when you go to places like church, your emotional expression will even change. People, hallelujah, you're ready to really give your praise to God, right? And you feel like at church, it's allowable there. You're able to express yourself as freely as you will want to. So that's a bit of code switching, but I want to play this small clip that kind of gives us a little bit deeper dive into what it is and how it shows up, especially for Black people. So play, please.
¿Ha tenido un accidente? Comuníquese con las oficinas legales de Brandon J. Broderick. We all code switch, but some examples are more effective than others.
Okay, let's be real honest. Obama would not be president if he didn't know how to effectively code switch. Obama.
He's really adept at reading his audience.
Walk on, Jamaica.
And then putting forth an American English that they can relate to.
So what is code switching?
Okay, so code switching, let's keep it really simple. Code, so we can think language, and switching, so going back and forth between one language and another, or one dialect and another.
Meet Professor Renee Blake.
I am an associate professor in the Department of Linguistics at New York University. I'm also in the Department of Social and Cultural Analysis and the Director of Africana Studies.
Say that 3 times fast.
Oh, you're funny. Code switching is the norm for all of us. So if you just think about whether it's a formal situation versus an informal situation, we're going to be code switching.
Usually people think of it in terms of language. So here I am speaking, and I'm speaking not only with words, but I'm also speaking with my face, I'm speaking with my hands.
But code switching often has higher stakes for Black people.
I think it's clear why Black people specifically feel the need to code switch.
This is Taryn Finley. She's the editor of HuffPost Black Voices.
Our Blackness isn't accepted in a lot of spaces that are critical for our success and our survival. A lot of times we have to dilute and we have to put on a mask.
It's a bigger leap for someone who speaks African American English versus someone who speaks a language that is closer to mainstream English, the language of those in power.
But when a Black person can't effectively code switch, the result can be catastrophic. The 2013 George Zimmerman trial was a painful reminder of that fact. He was charged with second-degree murder in the shooting of Trayvon Martin. Rachel Gentile was the prosecution's star witness
and a close friend of Martin's.
And when she testified, she was not code switching.
I asked him how the man looked like.
You look like a creepy ass pervert.
She took the stand, and it became clear that the public wasn't judging the facts of her story. They were judging her language.
I don't think she came across as brutally honest. I think she comes across as brutally ignorant. Every time she opens her mouth, her credibility gets chipped away and chipped away.
Ultimately, Zimmerman walked free. But the ability to code switch isn't always enough to avoid disaster. Case in point, Sandra Bland. Bland was stopped for failing to signal a lane change.
Well, you seem very irritated.
I am. I really am. She's speaking a form of standard or mainstream English.
Step out of the car.
But yet, the conversation escalates and goes badly very quickly.
Get out of the car!
And then
I will light you up. Get out! Now!
Wow.
Get out of the car!
For a failure to signal. You're doing all of this for
Get over there!
And so here what I think is happening, and what we seem to understand, is that there's something about the Black expression that is different or can be misconstrued.
Despite her ability to code switch, Bland was arrested. She was later found dead in her jail cell.
Our Blackness inherently says trouble in a lot of white spaces, in a lot of public spaces. That's why so many people feel threatened and want to call the cops when they see a Black person doing something as benign as waiting for a business meeting to start in Starbucks.
So it sounds like racism is the root cause of all of this.
We haven't, as a country, confronted racism and really got into the roots of why we code switch, why we feel like we have to straighten our hair in order to get a job, even if we don't want to.
That concerns me because I think the Black body is like every other body, a beautiful body, and should be loved and respected, and not feel anxiety as you walk through the world on a daily basis. I know I feel that anxiety because I do want to be accepted by the world in which I live.
Code switching can help Black people navigate white spaces. But at the end of the day, it's not enough to overcome racism.
Code switching and respectability politics don't protect us all the time. We're still Black.
So I guess you can sense from that video, for a lot of us Black women, women of color, even immigrants, right? We have to do a lot of code switching for survival. It's not even something that we want to do by choice, but to feel like we can survive and thrive in certain spaces that we're in. So can anyone share maybe an example where maybe they'll have to code switch, maybe it's their job, in certain settings? Anybody have a strong example of code switching that they can share with the group?
I remember when I first moved to Europe, I worked at General Foods, and I had this manager, and I'm a person in particular that I'm a very strong woman. And so I told him, what I saw my movement in the company as being and whatever. And he made the statement to me, "Oh, you're very militant." And I was just taken aback. And I made sure, but that's why it's also, I'm going to say this to all the young people here. That is why it's important for you to network. That is why it's important for everybody. Everybody should know about your ability. Those who have an impact on your career, please make sure you manage your career one above your manager, so that you know the controller. And so I happened to go back to the controller, and he's no longer here, but Joe McManus, and he was right. And he confronted the manager. He said, "How dare you tell Miriam that she is militant when she is a woman who knows what she wants, and therefore, and she's not afraid to speak up." But that is when, as far as, when you try to either walk the walk, or as my father would say, learn how to play the game. But if somebody has another set of eyes and look at you and say, "Well, why are you here?" And you're not there because of DEI, but that you have the ability, you have to know when to speak up and defend yourself.
Yes, thank you. That's part of it. A lot of code switching is related to playing the game, right? And sometimes part of that is also speaking up for yourself. Anyone else want to share? You can do, yes, her, and then I'll go to him next.
I remember when I was in graduate school, the instructor, the professor gave us some assignments. and into groups, with groups. And I don't want to be with her. I don't think she knows what she's doing. Wow. That's exactly what came out of her. And we're not doing with her. We are 4 in the group. The 3 of them doesn't want to do with me because I'm the only Nigerian there. And so I did the assignment by myself. And when I got to the class, we want to present. And they were grouping themselves. And they said, when they saw mine, the way I did the APA style and all that, now they want me to have their names on it. No. So, but the professor knew. She's an African American. She knew who did the work. I got 98 from that. And from then, since then, they became my friend because now they know I have something upstairs. There's another one that says, we're about to present another assignment. And he said, do you have green card? I said, excuse me. That's right, I said you have to speak out. You don't have to know your thing. Do you have green card? I said, am I here for green card or we are here for assignment? I said, as a matter of fact, I'm a citizen. Do you want to continue or not? Because we are supposed to do assignment. We're supposed to present. You don't want to be part of it. You are asking me if I have green card. What does that got to do with what we're talking about? But when I spoke out and I present well, now they want to be my friend. So we have so many, even if you code switch, you try to put your chin up, you try to dress nice, you have to know your things. That's why you have to know your environment. You have to know deeper, do research yourself. Be on your feet so that they can't push you anywhere. You won't look as if you're ignorant. So that's why they won't have to talk you down. No matter what you do, they'll say you're aggressive. I'm just talking to you aggressive. It's not about being aggressive or aggressiveness at all. Because they're looking at you, they already judge you. So.
Yeah, and all of that is little by little affecting your mental health, right? That's sending specific messages to your brain.
If we do one more, I have
Thank you very much. Sometimes I have a problem in the way people go about things or interpret things. For example, firstly, I want to take this thing called code switching. I fully understand, I agree with you. But you know, let's set it this way. When Madame on the other table was speaking, I was wondering whether she had ears here that she had the questions I was asking these women here. First of all, the thing called code switching, I agree, but me, I see it this way. Get yourself prepared, put on the best behavior, be able to express yourselves at all times. I'm not meaning that you have to insult somebody, but like she said, put your case across. Let people know what you are up to, the task you can do, rather than what you can't do. All right, so the code switch is like, if you're in America, if you go to Britain, you go wherever, if you know the mode of communication has to be English, try to speak decent English. Don't wait for when I come here and speak a decent English, when I go down there and speak. Otherwise, that thing called code switching, if you do, those who know a little bit of computer, you know, once you have a different code for this one, and the code there are times when the code will have to, there has to be some problem. So you get a mistake now. Once you are supposed to use the Python here, you take the HTML over there and put the JavaScript there, and then you understand what I'm saying. So keep it one way. It has to be professional. It has to be professional. Don't have a language for this side and a language for that side. Now we go across. I was asking these women here, the second question I asked them that, I put it to us, all blacks, but it's good that these women are saying it, and I wish this message can go across. That we have embedded or accepted the inferiority complex in us, so that when they speak,
All we want to do is now is accuse them, insult them, fight them, rather than show that I am not that person. Instead of showing that I am not my color is not to be targeted, let them know I am not that person who you think I am or who you want to feel. I have somebody close to me that's in my work. Anytime they trigger him a little bit. They try to trigger me, but they notice I don't go for that. I don't fall for it. So they trigger him a little way, and then he comes. Why are you saying that? Is it because I'm black? Why are you treating me this way? Is it because I'm black? I told him, my friend, stop accepting this, because whether you're black, white, green, or yellow, you are human being like them. They have two eyes, you have two eyes. So whatever they can do, put it in yourself that you can do better. Competition is healthy. It's not the one that you want to show above all beyond, making some people look funny. But you want to show that I can do it. So don't present yourself as a black who is trying to, but present yourself as a black who is doing what I am supposed to do and do it correctly. Don't go twisting today, twisting tomorrow. Stop accepting the fact it's because I'm black. When they say, like someone told me, they say when COVID came, they say, oh, it's black people who are dirty. And they accepted the fact that, oh, yes, I am dirty. It's black people who are poor. Oh, yes, I am poor. Stop that. Do the correct thing. If it's healthy to wash your hands, to keep yourself clean, go for it. If it's good to work and earn money, work. Don't keep yourself black.
Sorry, we're running out of time, so I want to, if we have time at the end, we'll come back.
Okay.
Next slide, please. Sorry. Okay, if it's very, very quick.
I'm so sorry.
I think you won't answer.
Okay, we'll come back at the end.
Okay.
We'll come back.
All right.
Okay, next slide, please.
Next slide.
Okay, so, up to this point, we've talked a lot about being a strong woman, all the stresses we have to face, how we always put ourselves last and prioritize others and their other needs. But there's actually a name for this, right? And it's called the Superwoman pattern, also known as the Superwoman schema. Okay, has anyone heard of this framework? Right, so this framework basically has 4 core elements. The first one is obligation to prioritize others, right? We talked about us doing that a lot. The next one is resisting rest, so constantly overworking and ignoring your own exhaustion. The other one is strength without limits, so avoiding vulnerability, masking your own distress. And then the last one is silencing myself, so suppressing your needs and avoiding help. So whenever you think about why is it that I behave like this, you're not alone. A lot of Black women in particular also struggle with these same things, and it's known as the Superwoman schema. So sometimes when there's a problem, it's good to put a name to the problem so you know how to correctly address it. So I wanted to share that with you all. And then can we go to the next slide, please? So now we're talking about the cost of this Superwoman schema, the cost of being strong. And kindly, Dr. Iheanacho has already shared that this feeling can oftentimes lead to a lot of chronic stress, right? And over time, it can lead to things like hypertension, diabetes, trouble sleeping, anxiety, depression, etc. So it's important to be very mindful of taking care of yourself. But again, it's easier to address it when you can put a name to the issue. So next slide, please. What I want everyone to do is to take a second and first, I want you all to do the first activity, which is superpower. So what strength has helped you to survive or succeed? It could be anything, right? And then secondly, note what has that strength cost you emotionally or physically? So an example of this is someone might say their strength is independence. They can do things by themselves. They don't really need help. They're able to tackle things by themselves. But that cost has become difficulty to ask people for help. So because you say to yourself, I'm so independent, when you really even need the help, you are creating your own barriers to asking for services or for those resources. So I want you all to take just maybe 1 minute, think about the superpower that you have, but what is it costing you at the same time? Does anyone have any thoughts that come to mind as you just kind of quickly think about this? Yes, in the back, please. I'm so sorry we cannot hear you. Thank you.
Sorry. Hi. For me, what works all the time is prayers. And when I have my prayers, I don't just say them. I write it down, visualize them, and get them to the at whatever time God wants, but I wait on it. And also, I have very close friends, and I can openly speak to them, get inside. Sometimes they just need me. I just need them to listen. No answers, but that works for me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So I like how she kind of positivized this activity, right? So she talked about her superpower is prayer. And that superpower has caused what? She feels like God answers her prayers, right? When she's able to pray, write it down, really have that faith and believe things come into fruition. That's wonderful. Anyone have anything else they'd like to share?
Yes. Just like this example answer you gave on the board, my superpower is independence. And it's costing me a lot and still costing me because at my job, it's like everybody that have a problem is going to bring it to me. And now I cannot be able to ask for help. Because when I ask for help, the lesson is, Dr. I, what's going on? This is very easy for you to do. And and it's really costing me so much that I'm thinking about just quitting that job because everybody is coming to me. The big people are coming. My colleagues are coming, and the people that I'm supposed to be supervising are also coming to me. Which now I can't really be able to give anything anymore because I'm exhausted with what it is. Okay, so our superpowers sometimes really are detrimental to us because the moment we show that strength, that superpower, then people take advantage of it a lot.
We have one more response, please, here in the front. In the front, please. Oh, here in the front. Sorry. Last one, yes.
This one.
Okay.
My superpower is resilience. And it has almost me everybody thinks I'm capable. So even when I am weak and tired, because I'm human, because I have presented as being resilient, people do get it.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, so moving on to the next slide, please. So I'm going to quickly, because I know we're running out of time, so I'll quickly go over these slides. But mental health, as we know it, is not a single issue, and it really does present itself across the lifespan of women, right? So next slide, please. And we have some girls here with us today. But in girlhood, many of us, this is where we learn the rules, where we're often taught to be helpful, be respectful, don't embarrass the family, don't be too loud, don't be too emotional. And oftentimes, like we've already addressed, this is when the conditioning starts, right? Next slide, please. So then we transition on to early adulthood, and this is where, again, we talk about the pressure extending. So you're coming to terms into like you're getting into your education, your career, you're starting to form relationships, financial responsibility. There's this expectation to succeed. And this is where oftentimes we find ourselves shifting depending on the different spaces that we find ourselves. Next slide. And then we have motherhood. So motherhood, for those who do choose to go this route, because not every woman wants to have children. But for those who do, the emotional labor for them usually multiplies. There are things like caregiving that they have to navigate. There's a lot of sleep disruption. There's sometimes identity shifts, right? Because now that you're a mother, you're not just thinking about yourself, you're carrying on another role where you have to caregive for another person, and that can take a toll on your mental. And culturally, this season is where women are expected to be grateful, glowing, and strong, right? If you're a pregnant woman, people want to see you glowing. Why are you not glowing? What's going on? But it's almost become like an expectation, right? But it's not easy. Next slide, please. Then we have midlife. So in midlife, the body starts to change. Our hormones start to shift. Caregiving might increase, right? So you're also taking care of your children, but maybe your parents as well as they're aging. Your children are growing. You as the woman are not only transitioning into this space, but you're also handling the ones around you in their own transitions. But oftentimes you might feel like you're navigating this on your own. Next slide, please. And then we have elder years. So many women carry decades of suppressed emotions oftentimes. And I don't mean to be highlighting the negative because there's beautiful things that happen in every one of these seasons. But we're here today to discuss mental illness and, you know, the things that can affect us, our mental health that can lead us to that. Here, you know, a lot of people just assume because of your age, you already know what to do. No one is really caring and checking up on you, and oftentimes that can lead to a lot of loneliness and neglect for this population. So what it felt like to carry that strength, it's not really taken into consideration. Next slide, please. So now I want to just take maybe one or two members in the audience to discuss where are you on that lifespan map, and maybe you can share with someone where you fall, but also what you use to help you to be more resilient as you transition out of the previous stage that you were in. So, for example, if you're an elder or you consider yourself midlife, how did you navigate early adulthood? So, if you could share what stage you are in life right now, what advice would you give to someone in the previous stage of a life? And just kind of share it a little bit, not too long. You can just have maybe one or two folks to share it. Two people in two different areas of the lifespan map. So do we have anyone that maybe can represent early adulthood? Or anyone that can maybe represent midlife or motherhood, elder? Please don't be shy. Can we have someone maybe that hasn't spoken yet in the room? This side of the room, I need someone, or I'll handpick you myself. I'm coming with the microphone.
Yeah, I'm spoken. Say something. Yeah, well, you can.
Okay, here's my auntie here. We had a good conversation. I want you to share what part of the lifespan map that you feel like you're in, and how did you transition from the previous stage? So where do you find yourself? Would you say midlife, elder? Where do you find yourself?
Thank you so much for the question. I would say I'm the elder independent reflection.
Yes. So can you give maybe someone that's in midlife how to navigate that season of life to transition smoothly into elderhood? What advice would you give your younger self?
When you're young, you have your education, and then you go up to a certain stage that you get yourself got married, and then from that stage, you decide whether to have children early or whether to space your children. Going along with that, it also help you to do things which you want to do. Because having children in that early age doesn't warrant you to do exactly what you want to do. But if you space your children when you get married, you'll be able to take care of them. And you don't have to be independent on someone. Or you and your husband, you don't have to depend on other people. So you grow up with that, and in your community, you'll be an advisor to people, and then you continue doing your work. And when you have your children, you start to groom them how life it is. That life is not so easy. But for some people, it is easier. But for some, it is not. Depends on the way they find themselves, the family they find themselves. But with me, I give thanks to God as I'm able, to carry on with my duties and also to be independent. When it reaches time that, I'm a single mother, I grew independent and learn to do things the way I know that it will help the children to do. If we have that mentality, it will reflect on us, not to depend on people, but to grow and do things the right way as a child of God. That will help you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, I know that we're running out of time, so we'll skip to the end of the presentation. So if we could skip forward to the grounding exercise, the grounding video. And I want us to just take a second because we talked about, Dr. Hinacho went over different supports we can do to help ourselves to manage our mental health and wellness. But sometimes when you say things like move your body, dance, it like goes over people's head, right? It can't be that simple, but no, sometimes you can literally just type YouTube videos, whether it's Naija movies, comedy films, grounded meditation videos, and just take those 5 to 10 minutes for yourself to pour into yourself, okay? So to demonstrate that, I want us to end today doing a grounded meditation. Please, I urge you all, I know it might sound silly, cliche, oh, I don't want to do this, but please refrain from being on your phones. Sit back. These are 10 minutes that you can take for today for yourself. And I want everyone to be fully engaged. So I have a colleague who makes meditation videos. She posts them on YouTube. So I want us to take some time to do that, to reset our day as we move along through the rest of what we have to do today. So please start. Is there any way we can dim the lights in the room? Yes, can we do that? So please, everyone, no phones allowed. Ground yourself, feet straight on the ground. Roll your shoulders back. Take a deep breath. Awesome. Okay. Yes.
Hello, and thank you for joining me for this guided meditation. This meditation is designed to help ground you in the present moment. You know, sometimes we feel anxious, and that usually comes from fears we hold, insecurities we may possess about what's coming. And some of us may be sad today because we're thinking about regret or things that have happened to us in the past. And one of the best ways to address that feeling in this moment is to be in the present moment, where you're choosing to center yourself and your breath. So find a comfortable position. Gently lower the lids of your eyes. Either close them all together or simply lower your gaze. And let's just spend a few moments breathing together. Don't try to control the breath. Just witness your natural rhythm. When you feel ready, take in a deep breath. Hold it just a moment. And then let it go gently through your mouth. One more time. In through your nose. And then gently exhale through your mouth. You're here. The breath is here with you. In this very moment. If thoughts of tomorrow or yesterday begin to creep in, don't fight them. Just let them flow through. Give them just enough attention that you realize neither have anything to do with this moment. In this moment, you're centering on the breath. Feel your body support you. Feel Mother Earth support you. Feel the breath into your body. Everything in this moment is because you choose for it to be. Stay right here with us. Stay right here with the breath. Feel how you are being held by the earth in this moment. Your weight is never too heavy for it. Your presence is never too much for it. It's here to support you in this moment.
All right, thank you so much. Are we awake?
Yes.
Are we awake? Thank you so much. But I hope that just goes to show that sometimes you can take 1 second to pause, even if it's just a couple minutes from your day, to really take that time, take that breath, to reset, to ground yourself once more. I know it might not solve all your problems in that moment, but at least it helps you to fill back into your cup to tackle what's ahead. So thank you again for your listening ear. I hope you took something away today. And as always, if you need more resources, Dr. I and I are here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zaza. I told you that you are in for an experience. Thank you so much. We are going to take, in a short while, we're going to take a short questions, right? If they have questions, they respond. But just so you know, so today, you know we always have a raffle. Today, our top raffle, we're raffling Dr. Iheanacho today. Apart from the few items there, we're raffling Dr. Iheanacho today. Last time when we had this, remember we told you Dr. Iheanacho, just because of our community in New York, he has renewed his New York license to practice psychiatry in New York. We are still in the process of registering because we have to, like, you know, he's very busy. We have to take be the middle person. We're in the process of being approved to work for him to see you won't have to pay with the insurance. We're working through that, we're doing that. But today we are raffling Dr. Iheanacho. If you buy your raffle ticket, free consultation, free. And when I say free consultation, Dr. Iheanacho, I don't want to disclose, but an hour with Dr. Iheanacho, an hour, you don't even want to hear. That's some people's 2 weeks paycheck per hour. So we are raffling Dr. Iheanacho. You get free consultation, either for yourself, for a family member, just to hear him. It's not about treatment now, for him to hear you and redirect you and tell you the route you need to go, all of that. So buy your raffle ticket, it's just $20. Free consultation with Dr. Iheanacho. Dr. Iheanacho is in trouble with me. And he didn't know that. He came here this morning. I just told you we're raffling you, right? Free, and truly, free, not because, but just because we feel, we're talking about culturally informed mental health intervention. It's a gradual process. All of these people who came here today, all of them, they have actually asked that I come for a meeting because they want to do more for the Black community. And they are very impressed and would like to work with the team. So we are a team, team in the US, team outside of the US, right? So we will begin to unveil certain things by the time we're done with the meetings. Of course, with government, there's a lot of bureaucratic bottlenecks. So we'll do all, I have to be the one to do that, but they don't have the time to do it. So I will do all of that. But we will get somewhere. But today, we'll have a raffle ticket to free consultation. Not here now. It's a limit. You have between now and August ending to do it, or you lose the thing. We're giving you the certificate with Dr. Iheanacho will sign here for your free consultation with Dr. Iheanacho. So by the time we're going for lunch, go get your raffle ticket and we'll do the draw at the end of the day. Okay? And so I'm going to hand over again to Dr. Iheanacho. This is the time to ask questions, discussion before we go for lunch. This is the last segment. Thank you very much. And Dr. Zaga too. Yeah, Dr. Zaga. I mean, some people might direct questions to you. They direct it to you, yeah.
Well, thank you so much. This is really, I really admire the effort and the energy that Echo is bringing to this. So yes, if you had any questions that you need me to talk about, or you need Dr. Zolji to talk about, definitely ask. Because I think, like I mentioned in the beginning, I'm uniquely unqualified, but at least I can facilitate the conversation. So, yes, question.
When do we as women begin to recognize that we need to be nurturers and not just have it as part of the conditioning? What I'm saying, you always have the good old boy network, and now we as women, so when I watch that transition from being a child to an elder, somewhere along that line, we need to be able to tell young women, and we needed to, our role as women is basically as a nurturer. But somewhere along that line, I'm missing that in that span that you're talking about, that we shouldn't have to think about it as being conditioning, but that our young women today, they're not prepared. They're not prepared the way we were. The way my father or my grandmother, my aunts, we're dealing with a whole new generation where they're looking to TikTok, they're looking to this. Where are we as their backbone? And that's what I feel like. I love your presentation, and I loved yours, but somewhere along the line, I think we're doing a disservice to our young women of color. I don't care if you're Black, Hispanic, immigrant. We're doing a disservice. They're missing that.
Leave young people alone. Are you asking a question? Leave young people alone. So thank you for that question. I think you do raise a very valid and important point. One thing I do want to emphasize is that the slide visuals that I did provide were by no means comprehensive about, yes, so I just want to highlight that. But I think you're right, and it's unfortunate because as generations continue to grow and come about, there are different things that come up or that we lose, but there's an old saying that history always repeats itself. And I think when we have older women who are invested in youth or children or passing down the message, I think there's as women, there's like an intuition. You have a spark to want to spread that message and reach to whoever is willing to listen. And I think it's hard to put that onus of you need to be a nurturer on the woman, right? She doesn't at that stage feel like that's the role that she needs to be playing. But I think it's important to lead by example. This is how you might show up for a younger sister, a child, whatever it might be, so that they have examples that they're looking up to. And I think role modeling is sort of the best way to address that issue that you're speaking to. I don't know if anyone has any other input that you want to share with us, Mary. It's on.
Okay, I just want to say that we always talk of mental health. It's positive, but there could also be a negative part where somebody who's a nurturer starts to feel guilty. I shouldn't be feeling like a nurturer. I should be taking care of me, myself, and I. So, well, the problem with being a nurturer is that sometimes you forget that you need nurturing yourself as well. So I think what I think is that is find a balance between being a nurturer to other people, which you have to, that, and then also be a nurturer to yourself, to understand that you matter and the people around you matter as well. You are a nurturer, that's what, it's not, you don't have to feel guilty for being a nurturer. You don't have to feel guilty for wanting to take care of people or take care of family or take care of things, but also remember that as you are doing that, you are also important. You should also take care of yourself as well.
So I think it goes back to what I was saying is the best example is you role modeling that, and what a better way to show that not only am I able to positively pour into others, but look at how I also take care of myself. So thank you for adding that piece. Yeah, I hope that somewhat answers your question.
And that before give her the thing, she's gonna ask question. But I wanted, because you mentioned TikTok, right? I want to say, I know, because you mentioned TikTok in passing, I just want to say that this is a real thing now, right? I'm not on TikTok, by the way, and I'm not on Instagram, and I'm not on Snapchat. Actually, I sign up Snapchat when my kids want to take videos. They use my phone because my phone is better. But the reason I bring it up is I think we are missing something by not being on TikTok. For example, me and you, for example, we're not on TikTok, but the young people that you want to reach are on TikTok. And so the question is, should we go on TikTok and meet them there? Or do we leave TikTok and they will meet some random stranger from Russia who's posting some nonsense, right? So I really think that it's something to think about.
Who are serving as the role models that people are looking up to?
On TikTok, like so. And I'm sure they're right. I just don't know because I'm not there. But it's something to think about in terms of how to reach younger women around this self-care, mental health, all of these things we're talking about. So, but this she had a question.
I would agree with you if it was not also that Austria just realized they don't want their kids being involved in that. And you think about when our kids were growing up, I was very adamant that I did not want my child on video games. Because when you looked at them playing video games, I used to look at my son and daughter's face. I say, where did you ever learn to relax? Yeah. So you have to, as a parent, you have to determine at what stage. And once they're out of your household, then that's a different thing. But when they're in your household, you have responsibility. You have to be able to put some boundaries.
I think that ship has sailed. that TikTok ship has sailed. Yeah, sorry.
So my name is Divine, and when you were saying this is a safe space, not just here in church, school, home, everywhere. Sometimes you say speak up, this is a safe space, but then the question comes to my mind: is it really a safe space? Because they tell you to speak up, and then when you do, people are saying, yeah, I totally understand, but in your mind they're judging you, and you know it, everybody else know it, but nobody wants to say it. So sometimes when they tell you speak up, you feel scared because you know they're gonna judge you. Yeah, you don't know if they're gonna, but like they may not be judging you, but you feel they're gonna judge you because based on what you've been through, and it could be at home, school, everywhere. So, and sometimes the people that tell us speak up, that you believe, they're like saying that they're telling you it's a safe space, and you want to trust them and believe that it is a safe space. They're actually judging you. So, like, what do you do in that situation? Like, how do you handle it? Like,
That's a good question. Thank you for asking that. And I think for me, that's even in adulthood, you struggle with that, right? And I think when it comes to deeming a person or a space as safe, it's really subjective. It's up to you and how you feel in that certain space or talking to that certain person. So remember, I don't know if you remember when I talked about how if something starts to activate your body, like maybe your chest starts to tighten up, or you might feel a little sweaty or anxious, you don't know why you don't want to speak freely, then maybe that's just your nervous system telling you to pause, right? So maybe I don't feel comfortable in this moment. It doesn't mean that you won't feel comfortable the next day, but at this moment, I don't feel comfortable. And it's important for you to listen to yourself at that time. Now, the important thing to do is to identify the full or the places where you do feel safe, right? So that might be talking to your mom or talking to a friend where you feel like when I talk to them, they're not judging me. They actually listen. They don't try to solve my problems, but they probably kind of communicate in a way that, we can bounce ideas and different things to make you feel like, I feel like because I judge myself a little bit on what has happened or what I've done, so I feel like other people are also going to judge me. But that's not always the case. Sometimes, if you're speaking to someone maybe older, we've been through so much life, so many experiences, we've done good, bad. So if anything, we'll be less judgmental and be able to give you advice on how to navigate certain situations. But at the end of the day, it all lies with you and how you feel in your comfort level, okay? So if you don't feel comfortable at a certain time, you don't have to force yourself to do anything. But when you do feel comfortable and you're ready, just know the supports and the people that are ready to help you navigate that space, okay? Does that answer your question?
Okay. Any? Oh, okay. Someone after.
Thank you very much. My name is Elizabeth. What's bothering me is the issue of anger. Like, I have a colleague, and I also noticed it myself too, because some people are very gifted at understanding behavioral patterns that are not, good. And you see that everybody around is in control, they are comforted, and you know that they know this is wrong. And then I have this colleague that when he sees this thing, he hears it and he's majorly the target. But the day he explodes, the day he shouts and says, I can't take this anymore, he becomes a villain. And everybody can say, he's control, he has anger issues. He's, oh my God, he's this. And then he's not beginning to feel he has mental health issues. And I've fallen into that category severally where I explode and say, don't you people see this? Am I the only one seeing it? And I go home feeling like I need to work on my mental health when it comes to anger, expression. So is that, my question is, why is everybody not reacting? Why am I the only one? Why is it only that man reacting? So that means they are right. Maybe there's something they do that gives them. So what is different? How do they comport themselves? Why? But you know that you are right deep within you, but you end up being the villain. So is it a mental health issue? Is it something wrong with you that you need to learn control? Or are you living in falsehood? Or do you need to pretend? I don't know. If you could really help them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good question. I think something you said is the key to me. Just listening to that snippet, the thing you said is the key is something is happening and the guy keeps quiet most of the time until he blows up. Well, the thing is, did he talk about it before? Did he say, "Hey, I'm noticing this"? Did he have conversation with whoever was? So the point is, of course, I think somebody mentioned it earlier. When you're feeling something and you don't talk about it, negative, right? So you don't talk about it, it piles up. At some point, it's gonna blow up. Yeah. Whether you are right or wrong, but at least being able to, when you notice something that is happening around you or somebody is doing something, it's almost always better to approach the person and say, "I'm noticing this." You're not accusing. You're just saying, "I'm noticing this and this is how I feel about it." And the person could explain themselves, or the people can explain themselves. Maybe it's a group setting, maybe at the job. You could say, "Oh, I noticed that. I don't know if it's only me, but this is what I'm saying." If you say it from the beginning, the chances of blowing up is less, I think, overall. But if you don't say anything, first week, second week, 2 weeks, 1 year, at some point, you're going to boil over. And how do you know everybody knows?
Yeah, so you're talking about it, like, and then the moment you say, "Okay, no, I can't live in this falsehood," and you say, "This is it," even those who know will tell you, "Why did you react?" You know what I mean? Control yourself. And that's my point exactly. Like, is it you who have reacted? Is it that you don't have self-control, or is it you have an issue you need to go and work on? That's my point
That's
exactly.
interesting. I also think that in that scenario you're painting, right? It's even that scenario is still always better to, when you notice it the first time or second time, bring it up, in the group. Even if you think everybody knows it, maybe you think everybody knows it, maybe they don't. I don't know. So, but the main thing is to say what you feel. In a group setting, an individual relationship, even in individual relationship, if you notice something, it's almost always better to say it early, so that it could be resolved one way or another, and everybody moves on. The longer you keep something inside, the more it builds up and the more it's likely to explode. Now, having said that, also when people have depression, bipolar disorder, or other mental issues, they are more likely to blow up in situations where everybody's staying calm. So that's just a reality, right? So, but more than likely, what you're expressing is the sense of, "Let me just keep quiet." Everybody's keeping quiet, and then eventually you are the person who is, who notices stuff. So the area you pointed out, I think the better. That's just from this picture you painted is more likely about being able to talk about something earlier on before it builds up into an explosive situation.
So, for me, what I'm understanding from her, it's like she being a third party, being passionate about something wrong happening where she's present. For example, I may use a doctor here. They're doing something I know is directed against doctor. She decides not to say anything. But I'm worried about it. Why are they doing this for? She's not she's not reacting anyway. But I am that passionate that, oh, it is wrong. And I know the other people that are doing it knows they're doing the wrong thing, like to irritate her or something. And then if I talk, they'll be saying, "Why am I worried about her if she's not worried about herself?" So you understand what I'm saying? She's feeling very passionate and no, it's wrong. But she decides, "I'm not acting now." Even though she knows it's wrong and she's feeling a pinch bit by bit. They know it's wrong. But because this person here, the third party is passionate and says, "Why? And why are you worried about something?" So now It's a burden itself. She might take it home. She might go somewhere and people say, no, it's wrong what you're doing like this. Now she wants to empty herself from that thing without being looked the odd person here, the odd character here. She wants to empty herself from that thing without being looked the odd person. I think that's what she's trying to do. She's a third party in this thing, but she feeling very passionate.
I hear you. You know that thing you're saying there is a Nigerian thing. You're overthinking the situation. So sometimes things are simple. Sometimes things are simple, and the simpler is only the simple version of events. Yeah, maybe nothing is happening. That's the most likely situation. So sometimes when you start overthinking and permutating in your brain, and it gets too much. So sometimes just take the simple, on the table. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think another layer of this is also asking yourself, the one that's intervening, why is it that I'm exploding versus maybe having a conversation with whoever was doing the harmful incident? What is it, because you see yourself in me, or there was a time in your life where you were being mistreated?
If it was just one person that had experienced this, I would say maybe it's just an individual. But why is it that sometimes something you've done for years, right? Then you get to a certain age, and then it becomes something you can't do again. I have a couple of friends, it's not just one or two, that they've been driving all their lives. Now they're in their 40s, their late 40s, and they can't drive again. Anxiety is killing them. Like it's crazy. Why does that happen? And what can they do? To
help this because it's a big problem. No, someone said they don't have accidents. No, and I just don't understand where it's coming from. But they can't drive to save their lives anyway. So I'm just wondering, how does this happen? Why does it happen? And what can we do to stop it or to mitigate it?
That's a very good question, and you are actually right. Anxiety is very common. Actually, in the United States, at least, the data is very clear. Anxiety of all types are the commonest mental health issues. Anxiety, from generalized anxiety disorder to panic disorder to different fears about different driving, climbing up the stairs, being in an elevator. These are all anxiety-related disorders. They are very common. Second thing is that it can come on at any time in life. So somebody could be completely fine, no anxiety whatsoever, and then sometime in adulthood, they become anxious. And then it can manifest in terms of not being able to do the things they want to do. So it's very common. Why do people look at, somebody asked about accident? There are so many different things. It could be triggered by being in an accident, which is common. It could be triggered by driving through a storm and surviving it. And you're going to be like, oh my God. And it could be near miss. They didn't have an accident, but they nearly got an accident. Or it could be related to not driving at all. I wanted to add okay, it could be related to not driving at all. Like, it doesn't have to be related to driving. It's just the way their anxiety, just the way the anxiety is manifested. What can you do about it? So just quickly, two ways to address anxiety. One is therapy, which is very helpful. Therapy is very effective for anxiety. We'll talk about breathing exercises, yoga is very helpful for anxiety. Medications are very helpful for anxiety. So the therapy, yoga, meditation, medications, they do help with anxiety. And people do get better where they get back to driving. Actually, my very first therapy patient that I did CBT was a guy that couldn't drive on the highway. There was a highway between his house and his job. And instead of driving that 15 minutes, he would drive every back road. And it would take an hour plus to get to work. Yeah, it was bad. But he doesn't want to be on the highway. So, yeah, it's very common. So,
I just wanted to add on, as I've been saying, every situation is subjective. I don't know who asked this question. Okay, yeah. So I just want to say, maybe in that case scenario, as ageism is a real thing, you're the process of aging, right? And whenever we're talking about mental health, sometimes the category of biology, we like to bypass that, but it is related to biology. So even in that situation where someone that's older, that's been driving their whole life, why is it just now that they're forming anxiety when it comes to driving? Well, that's because as you age, our body starts to fail us, right? So our cognitive capability, our reaction time, those things, they start to slow down. Our sensories, how we're able to navigate the road. Let's say someone's trying to cut you off of traffic, your navigation time or your motor skills, they decline as you age. So because as you're older, you understand these risks, that will bring about a level of anxiety, as well as even loss of independence. So if I'm demonstrating that I can drive and navigate, myself in these types of roads, eventually they're gonna take the keys away from me. And sometimes older people struggle with the idea of the loss of independence. So there's it's multifactorial. There are a lot of different things that can feed to one's anxiety, but it's very dependent on the individual person.
I have a friend that went through that, but I experienced it personally myself. This was about maybe 5 years ago. I was driving to Queens. I drove to Buffalo back and forth. But this very day, my children are in the car. I think one of my sons, and I have friends in the car. I was driving, and we got to the highway on the bridge, and I couldn't go. It's like the car wants to tumble. I couldn't go forward. I drove from home to buy gas, but by the time we get to the highway, it's like something came upon me. And it was like, move now. I was like, I'm moving. And I was going like
probably less than 20 miles on the highway. And all the car behind me, they contributed to it. Beep, beep, beep. And it's like, anytime if I move, it's like everything is going. Something is going to happen. Thank God my son was in the car. He just started to pull. I was struggling, but at the end, I have to just park by the highway, and my son took over. And up to today, I don't know what came. I don't know. Up to today, I don't know what happened that day. I don't know. But so, you know, maybe it's better. I just can't explain it. But however, I want to ask, what about feeling sad? Does that have anything to do with mental issues? Sadness just come upon you and
Oh yeah, that was what we that sadness, they feel that we're talking about emotions and feelings, and of course people feel oh by the way, I think we are getting to lunchtime because speaking of age, now at this age now for me, hunger catches me like so 15 years ago I could have gone for the whole day without any food, but not now. Anyway, no, the feelings are normal, like sadness, happiness, anxiety, they're all normal human feelings. What we're talking about is when the emotions are overwhelming and persistent. So everybody feels sad once in a while. But if you're feeling sad for more than 2 weeks, every day, and you get to the point where you're feeling like you don't want to even get out of bed, and you know, what is the point of this life even? That's depression, you know. So, and that's why you need to talk to someone, you need to get evaluation. So, but sadness normally happens here and there, that's normal, but it does happen in depression for sure, and other mental issues. So, it's a question of duration and extent of the severity. And I think this is the last question. Okay.
So, quick question. Is self-harm related to mental health?
Self-harm like cutting?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. That's like a big red flag for mental health. Yes.
Is there any recommended solution for that?
Yes, as well. You can, therapy is helpful, medications are helpful, depending on the underlying issues. Therapy could be what the person needs, because as you know, self-harm is like cry for help, as they say. Yeah. Whenever somebody's at a point where they want to harm themselves in any shape or form, either cutting themselves or taking overdose, that means something is off and they need help for sure. And like Zaza had said here earlier, we're happy to consult, we're happy to talk more, we're happy to follow up on anybody who needs to talk to us about any of their, for themselves or for others who need help. But definitely, self-harm behavior is an indication of something going wrong, really. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. This was a pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Iheanacho. Thank you, Dr. Zaza. Thank you, everyone, for making this a memorable event. Like they've said, they are happy to talk to anyone about yourself, but you see, you have to pass through us. Get the raffle. You don't talk to them directly. Get the raffle, and then you can go. Oh yeah, we're raffling Dr. Zaza too. Yeah, we're raffling her, and then I'll do the scheduling. I know how to get them. I'll do the scheduling for you. We have to be the middle person because they are busy. So please, yes, they are available for talks and guidance and whatever, just to hear you out and direct you properly. Okay? And I want to say a big thank you to everyone who came early, super early. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming when we called. When the ladies were leaving, the political leaders, they were like, what struck us were people suggesting that next time you do, let them come with their spouses, their partners. We will think about that along with other things we're doing. But the conversation continues. Okay, so the next one we're going to have is going to be virtual, not in person. It's going to be virtual, we'll communicate. But let's keep the conversation going. This is the only thing we can do with regards to changing mindset, creating awareness, all of the questions that have been asked, and people who need support. That's the best we can do. I want to say a big thank you to my board members, the board chair. Fumi, please wave your hands. Thank you so much. The board secretary, where are you? Wave your hand. Board secretary Meg, where are you? She's there, busy doing food. Where is the powerhouse, the financial house, our fiscal board treasurer? Where's Evelyn? Evelyn, where is she? Evelyn, thank you, Ramon. And Janet, thank you, Janet, our veteran on the board. Thank you so much. Thank you, our volunteer board member, Victor is in one. Thank you so much, we appreciate. And thank you to everyone. Thank you to my pastor, Pastor Henrietta Osage, my church members. Thank you, you guys are amazing. My other bigger church members, all the people from Chapel of Restoration, thank you. Our supporters, every time we call, you guys show up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My sister, no, in Africa we say my wife, because she's not from she's married to someone from my ethnic group. My sister here, Dr. I, thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you, Mommy, our grandma in New York, Mommy Metzger. When I saw her, I said, you guys drag Mommy Metzger. Mommy Metzger will soon be 80, you know, and she's yeah. You know, and we're dragging her all over. You will live long for us, Mommy. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. We love you. And it is lunch time. Thank you. And get your raffle tickets. Thank you.
Lunchtime.